Hey, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all. We're opening the open session of the investment committee meeting for March. Let's go ahead and take the roll. Scott, good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Hendricks?
Here.
Mr. Keeley?
Here.
Mr. Prezant?
Here.
Mr. Tang?
Present.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Here.
For the Director of Finance, Ms. Whittaker?
Here.
For the State Treasurer, Mr. Rufino?
Present.
For the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Controller Yi?
Here.
Chairperson
Higa, you have a quorum.
Scott, it's Jennifer Erden. I think you missed me in the role. I'm here as well. Thank you.
I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Erden. Thank you. I noted that.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Jennifer, for catching that.
Chairperson, if it's okay with you, I'll proceed now with the reading of preliminary note.
Great.
Perfect. The CalSTRS board meetings are live web streamed and video archived and available to the public on calstrs.com. Individuals who wish to address the board should dial into the public comment line at 833-986-0555 and wait for the 10-minute public comment period at the end of the agenda item the caller wishes to address. For comments not pertaining to a specific agenda item, there will be an opportunity for additional statements at the end of the open session. Each caller is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. However, if there is not enough time for each caller to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the discretion of the chair. To protect the privacy of callers under the age of 18 who wish to address the board, only their first name and affiliated organization may be provided, but other personal identifying information, such as their last name, age, or school, may not be shared. Since the January meeting, CalSTRS has received 11 unique emails asking to divest from Enbridge, 39 communications regarding divesting from fossil fuels, 6 form emails from Oakland Unified employees calling for a divestment from fossil fuels. Resulting from Governor Newsom's March 1st call for state sanctions on Russia, 12 inquiries have been received regarding CalSTRS investments in Russian assets. That's all I have, Chairperson.
Great. Thank you very much, Scott. And before we proceed with the agenda, I just want to, note that I think we all are concerned about what the very sad and heartbreaking situation happening across the world, and just want to acknowledge that we'll continue with our business today, but it's troubling for everyone. So we'll go to agenda item number 1, which is approval of our committee agenda. Are there any questions or modifications to the agenda? If not, I take a motion to approve the agenda.
Move approval.
Great, thank you, Sharon.
Ken Tang second.
Great, thank you, Ken, for seconding. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed or objections, or I'm sorry, abstentions? Okay, great, thank you. So moving on to agenda item number 2, it's an opportunity for public comment per the instructions that Scott read earlier. So now we'll turn it over to Samantha for the public comment line. We'll be taking public comment for a maximum of 30 minutes according to our processes. Samantha?
Okay, so we have 7 callers at this time, so each caller will get 3 minutes each. If we could get a timer, thank you. So our first caller will be Jane. Jane, go ahead.
Dear CalSTRS board members, I am tired. I am tired of disruptions, of losing my home to a wildfire caused by climate change, a home that held the 2 tapestries my mother had crafted for me, and a home that housed all the photos and videos of my son as he grew up from babyhood to be a young man. Of 2 years of COVID, who isn't tired of it? I'm tired of oil wars and the threat of a nuclear holocaust, of autocrats made rich by oil production. And I'm especially tired of trying for 8 years to convince my pension fund to listen to our youth and the thousands of teachers who have called on CalSTRS to divest from fossil fuels. I'm tired of hearing about the mythical merits of engaging with fossil fuel companies, companies that have deceived us for decades and continue to greenwash us with promises of being good actors in solving the crisis they have knowingly caused. I'm tired of your blind faith in an industry that obstructs essential legislation that leads to a renewable energy future. I'm tired of hearing that the pathway to net zero by 2050 will work because it has to work. I'm tired of hearing yet another even more dire IPCC report announce that continued burning of carbon will imminently close a brief window of opportunity that could save us from unbearable suffering and inevitable extinction. A warning that the media soon tires of, and a warning that CalSTRS ignores as it pumps billions of dollars into the industry that is choking our atmosphere and threatening our very existence. I'm tired of learning that after each IPCC report, carbon emissions continue to soar uncontrollably. And yet, despite the tiredness, I cling to the hope that you CalSTRS board members will have read the article that I recently sent each one of you, The Concept of Net Zero is a Dangerous Trap. I cling to the hope that you now understand the dangers of continuing to invest in the industry that is hell-bent on emitting as much carbon as possible, regardless of the pain and suffering it will cause humanity. I cling to the hope that you will soon announce your plans to divest from fossil fuels. I will end with a quote from Robert Watson, one of the article's authors.
30 seconds.
Relying on untested carbon dioxide removal mechanisms, I'll repeat that, relying on untested carbon dioxide removal mechanisms to achieve the Paris targets when we have the technologies to transition from fossil fuels today is plain wrong and foolhardy. Why are we, and I will ask why are you, willing to gamble the lives and livelihoods of millions of people, the beautiful life all around us, and the futures of our children? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next caller will be Bill. Bill, go ahead.
I'm sorry, is that me?
Yes, go ahead.
Bill Vos. Good morning. My name is Bill Vosberg. I'm a retired teacher. And recently, Jane sent you a link to an academic article entitled The Concept of Net Zero is a Dangerous Trap. It's by three British scientists with a combined 80 years of climate research. If you've read it, you'll know now why net zero by 2050 is an economic and existential mistake. Currently, all proposed pathways to net zero by 2050 rely heavily upon some form of carbon removal technology. Even the cautious International Energy Agency, in its report of May of 2021, suggested that we could remove 7.6 gigatons of carbon from the atmosphere each year. However, the ironic truth is that there is no existing method to remove anywhere near that much carbon. The proposed technologies remain merely theoretical. They are all vastly too expensive. They require extensive land mass or require tremendous inputs of water, electricity, or dangerous chemicals. Indeed, James Dyke, one of the authors of Dangerous Trap, says, quote, "It's astonishing how the continual absence of any credible carbon removal technology seems never to affect net zero policies. Whether it's BECCS, afforestation, direct air capture, or carbon absorbing unicorns, the assumption is that net zero will work because it has to work. But beyond fine words and glossy brochures, there is nothing there." When asked at the symposium whether CalSTRS' plan for net zero by 2050 would work, a staff member replied it would work because it has to work. In the light of James Dyke's words, the repetition of it will work because it has to work is nothing short of chilling. It's a deadly form of wishful thinking. The cruel truth is that rather than net zero by 2050, we need to slash emissions by 50% by 2030. In Monday's most recent IPCC report, the UN Secretary General called the climate crisis an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. He continued, the world's biggest polluters are guilty of arson on our only home, our planet. Board members and CalSTRS staff,
30 seconds.
if these scientists have not convinced you of the dangers of net zero 2050, if you are not moved by this week's IPCC report to take immediate action to stop further emissions by fossil fuel industry, if you continue to believe the fossil fuel industry is trustworthy enough to be part of the solution, then you haven't been paying attention in class. As the authors of Dangerous Trap conclude, the only way to keep humanity safe is the immediate and sustained radical cuts to greenhouse
Thank you
gas
for your
emissions
comments.
in a socially just way.
Our next caller will be Carla. Carla, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, CalSTRS board members. I'm a retired CFT member and CalSTRS beneficiary. I appreciate your initiating a public forum last month on divestment and for Tony Thurman's opening remarks. At that symposium, I was struck by the words of Jagdeep Singh Thakur, who stated his motivation for not investing in fossil fuels. It was simply this: I listened to my stakeholders, the teachers and the students. Your CFT stakeholders have unanimously called for divestment of our pension funds out of financial and moral concerns. I'd like to address one of those concerns here this morning: your investment in Total Energies and the China National Offshore Oil Corporation, or CNOOC, specifically, and their proposed $10 billion East Africa crude oil pipeline. A few months ago, thousands of people in Uganda filed a complaint with an international human rights organization against the development of the planned EACOP pipeline and associated developments. Quote, it will impact over 120,000 people in Uganda, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Tanzania, destroy critical biodiversity and wetlands, and significantly contribute to the global climate crisis, the complaint alleges. If built, the oil transported from the EACOP is expected to generate at least 34 million metric tons of carbon emissions per year. I repeat, 34 million metric tons of carbon emissions. Even worse is the human cost on an already fragile social system. They are experiencing human rights violations there every day. The effects of multinational profiteering are documented and real in the resource-rich region of Uganda and the DRC, where the pipeline is planned. Oil companies such as Total Energies and CNOOC are widely considered there to be the hidden hands that exacerbate extreme poverty, corruption, ethnic rivalries, and ongoing violence. The human rights risks of this project, including large-scale displacement of people and intimidation through atrocities, are considered extreme and unmanageable. As a CalSTRS stakeholder, I must ask, why are you in
Thank you for your
OOC
comments.
projects?
Our next caller is Karis. Karis, go ahead.
Good morning, board members. My name is Karis Dahlkamp. On March 1st, there was a celebration marking the historical news that $40 trillion have been divested from fossil fuels across the world. I find it to be a rather hard number to wrap my head around, and I appreciated learning that $40 trillion is about half of the entire world's GDP. Often, CalSTRS publications and comments dismiss the students, teachers, scientists, indigenous leaders, and the larger public who have been calling for CalSTRS divestment from fossil fuels for years. We have been minimized as mere, quote, environmentalists and fringe activists. When asked for such misinformation in CalSTRS publications to be corrected, we only receive silence. half of the world's GDP being divested is by far no fringe or radical position, but rather one of ethical and financial responsibility. At this celebration of the 40 trillion, alongside well-known panelists such as Bill McKibben, was Omar El-Marwi, who you may recall gave a public comment to you from Kenya at your January board meeting. If you don't remember, Omar called on you to divest for your funding from the companies constructing the East Africa crude oil pipeline, as one of my colleagues just mentioned. If you weren't already in agreement to stop funding what will be the longest heated pipeline in the world, he invited you to travel east to Africa and witness the human rights violations. And by that, I mean ecological destruction, rape, and murder that this project and those protecting it are already committing in communities across those multiple countries. The international movement for divestment chose to highlight this pipeline, and you will see many more people far and near organizing to stop its construction. Teachers and students here in California are just beginning to learn about it. I've heard about teachers developing lesson plans on it and using it as an opportunity for students to explore what it means when governments and companies are committed to such expansion against the constant warnings like that of this week's IPCC's report, as we heard earlier. Word is going to spread fast about the irony that CalSTRS is an investor in the East African crude oil pipeline and other such projects around the world. If you had the opportunity to hear from every one of your members, do you really think the majority of them would say that they want CalSTRS to help fund the building of the longest heated pipeline in the world through African communities and vital biodiversity? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next caller is Matthew. Matthew, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm a proud graduate of California Public Schools, starting in kindergarten through UC Berkeley, and son of a retired California Public School educator. As the other commentators have all premised as well, you have a commitment to responsible investing. I'm here to discuss something a little more narrow than global warming, if not to trivialize that, which is a gross and ongoing failure of responsible investing, which is impacting thousands of people nationwide, many of them Californians. Apollo Management, which is a significant external manager for you, is a controlling investor in the Hertz car rental company, holding much of its stock and appointing a senior portfolio member to Hertz's board. Others of your external managers may have significant investments in Hertz, and you may even have Hertz investments in internally managed accounts. It's been widely reported in the national media, including a notable feature article in yesterday's USA Today, that Hertz has a national policy falsely to report to police that a car it can't find or whose rental it believes to have been expired was stolen by the last company you rent this car. Hertz files false and unverified theft reports in order to use the police as a repo service or a lost and found. Apollo and other controlling investors know these false reports caused the arrest, often at gunpoint, of customers who'd returned their vehicles, renewed their rentals, or at most disagreed about when or where a car was to be returned. These are at worst civil disputes. Victims and their families suffer physical, emotional, and economic trauma of days, weeks, or months in jail because of historical and current inequities in the criminal justice and economic systems. These burdens fall heavily disproportionately on Black car renters and other people of color who rent Hertz cars. Many of these false reports are made in California or against Californians. Innocent people are continuing to be arrested. One of them was just released from jail a couple of days ago. Hundreds of victims for whom my firm's act have filed claims against Hertz in its bankruptcy and demanded reform to Hertz policies. Apollo and other controlling investors have let Hertz do nothing but defame victims and impose procedural obstacles to fair treatment of claims. Just as bad, Apollo and the other controlling investors are making new victims by permitting Hertz to continue to make false police reports and not withdraw the ones they have on file. This should all be more than enough for action, but the committee and the board of CalSTRS should consider the dollars and expense impacts. Large corporate customers and governmental customers are starting to reconsider whether they should have Hertz as a preferred or contract provider, and they're canceling or scaling back services. Airport authorities may do the same with Hertz franchises. We think Hertz securities should be restricted from your portfolios, and Apollo and other managers strongly counsel to change their course or be redeemed fully if they consist in these policies. We'll send a follow-up letter and will be pleased to introduce relevant members of your staff to victims and to other advisors to victims as you consider appropriate actions on this subject. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your comment. Our next caller will be Krista. Krista, go ahead.
Hi. So thank you, Board Chair Keeley and other members of the committee. My name is Krista San Martin. I was a dog bather at a PetSmart in Cypress, Texas. I'm a member of United for Respect. PetSmart workers organizing with United for Respect have been communicating with CalSTRS for over a year because of your $259 million investment in the BC Partners Fund that purchased PetSmart in 2015. We've been asking CalSTRS to encourage BC Partners to meet with our committee of workers about issues that impact the company's long-term value for investors, workers, and the community at large. On January 20th, Bloomberg broke the news that a special purpose acquisition company, or SPAC, is interested in buying PetSmart from BC Partners and taking the company public. The economics of the deal won't change significantly if BC Partners makes sure that frontline workers get quality employer-paid health care and at least a $15 minimum wage, with significant raises for all workers currently at or near $15. When I worked at PetSmart, I only made $10.50 an hour, which isn't enough to get by anywhere in this country. I saw the company cut corners everywhere they could. It wasn't just wages. As a bather, I saw the cuts firsthand. We weren't given supplies to disinfect our tools between dogs. The expectation from management was to get through as many pets as possible, not to follow safety rules and procedures. If the proposed SPAC deal goes through for $14 billion, the BC Partners-led ownership group stands to triple their investment, and yet they've been shortchanging the workers and animals that are making them that profit. This is a critical window of opportunity for teachers' pension dollars to support the economic livelihood of other workers. Board Chair Keeley, will you call BC Partners this week and ask them to meet with PetSmart workers? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next caller will be Lynn. Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lynn Nittler. As a retired English teacher, I am grateful for my CalSTRS pension. I appreciated the February Sustainability Symposium and want to thank especially Superintendent Tony Thurmond for his opening words. I wish Corinne Wortman could have been one of the panelists. If you are not familiar with her, Corinne is the board chair of ABP, the Dutch public pension fund that voted to divest 16.5 billion euros from fossil fuels last October. That is almost 3% of ABP's total assets. In their press release, they clearly stated, quote, "The fund does not expect this decision to have a negative impact on long-term returns," unquote. In the same press release, Chairwoman Corian explained why they have abandoned their previous belief in engagement as an effective strategy with fossil fuel companies. She said, quote, "The ABP board sees the need and urgency for a change of course. We part with our investments in fossil fuel producers because we see insufficient opportunity for us as a shareholder to push for the necessary significant acceleration of the energy transition at these companies," unquote. She added, "We want to contribute to minimizing global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Large groups of pension participants and employers indicate how important this is to them. Where possible, we intend to increase our investments in renewable energy, already more than 4 billion euros, and our involvement in smart solutions for the energy transition." In other words, ABP wants to be part of the solution rather than a driver of worsening climate change. As you take note of the climate changes in California so far and the predictions for our immediate future as we lose our forests to fires, as farming literally dries up for lack of water in a decade-long drought, and our cities struggle with increasing heat, think if you want CalSTRS to be part of the problem or part of the solution. You must choose while
30
there is
seconds.
still something to save. Time is running out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That is the last caller in the queue for item 2.
Great. Thank you very much, Samantha. Thank you to all the members of the public who joined us today. And I would just ask our Chief Investment Officer, Chris Ailman, and our investment staff to, please follow up on the items that we heard about, and make sure to follow up with the board as well for to provide more information or any analysis that we're doing. Okay, so we're moving on now to agenda item number 3. It's an information item. It's an open session presentation and discussion on our semi-annual performance reports. Just as a reminder to the committee, we do this twice a year. So we did it in last fall, and we'll do it again now. What we'll do is we'll be hearing from our general consultant, our real estate consultant, and our private equity consultants. This is one of the most significant responsibilities that we have as a committee, is to work with our consultants to make sure that we're employing the proper amount of oversight for the investments in our portfolio. So for all 3 areas, general consultant, real estate, and private equity, we have 70 minutes, 70. So first we will, and one other reminder that we also will be covering these 3 items and having our consultants with us in closed session. So we'll have more opportunity then to also discuss items that may regard specific managers or investments that would be more appropriately discussed in closed session. So we'll have that opportunity as well. So first we'll turn it over to our general consultants from Makita. I see Mika and Steve and Stephanie. So welcome.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to see everybody today. For our open session semi-annual report, myself and Mika and Stephanie will provide our initial comments, and of course, we're happy to take questions from the committee. I do want to start with a quote that's been making it around, which seems appropriate for the times. The quote is, "There are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks when decades happen," which seems very relevant to the last week we've all lived through. That quote's from Lenin, unfortunately Vladimir, not John, but a apropos quote nonetheless. This year, of course, in the markets and the world has been a lot more volatile than last year. But I do want to highlight to Ms. Higa's point, these semi-annual reviews, which cover the period through December 31st, are still quite important. They represent sort of the formal process of your review of the execution of your investment policy by the investment team. Before handing it over to Mika, I just want to say a couple of comments. First of all, as you'll see in our reports in open and closed session, staff continues to execute at an extraordinarily high level across every asset class. Performance has been quite strong. To me, the number that sticks out the most is the trailing 10-year performance number of CalSTRS, which is now 10.9% per year on average over the last decade. If you were to, I think, ask any of us 10 years ago, the chances of achieving 11% a year for the next decade, we would have said extraordinarily remote. And if you were to ask us to quantify that based on our modeling that we do with the asset allocation reviews, the probability statistically of achieving a return over a decade, over any decade, is roughly about 15%. So as they say, better to be lucky than good. In your case, it's even better to be good and lucky. And I think there's been strong elements of both over the last decade. And finally, on a note of process in creating these semi-annual reviews, Makita evaluates performance from a number of perspectives, risk from a number of perspectives. We also interview key staff members across the asset classes to evaluate strategy, process, and staffing. So it's a fairly or a very holistic approach to evaluation. With that, I will hand it over to Mika.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, board members. Mika Malone with Makita Investment Group. And I will be keeping my comments aligned with Steve's and really on attachment 2 of item 3A. So it's page 1. It's just a single page here that I think really clearly summarizes the great work that's been done at CalSTRS over the last decade. A couple of comments here. Steve noted the 10-year return of 10.9% annually, and all returns on this page are highlighted on a net of fees basis. I wanted to note that when I look across all the time periods that we show, so 10, 5, 3, and 1, you now see double-digit returns across all those time periods. So again, a very strong achievement, well ahead of your actuarial assumed rate of return over those periods. As you all know, as we look forward over the next 10 years, we're thinking about a portfolio to achieve a return target of 7% or greater. So certainly very strong results that we've seen. And when you look further down this page, what stands out to me is just a sea of green. So we highlight numbers that are better than benchmark by putting them in green, and only numbers that are underperforming benchmarks in red. And this is about the greenest slide that I've seen in a long time. So to me, what that's showing is consistency as well as strong execution across the various asset classes that CalSTRS invests in. So you see strong returns from global equity, fixed income, private equity, all the way down through your risk mitigating portfolio, innovative strategies, just really notable returns across these time periods. As we sit today, as Steve noted, much has shifted in the last several months. I know there'll be some opportunity to hear about and discuss that later, but really want to keep in mind what a strong year 2021 was in the context of the CalSTRS portfolio, posting 16.9%. This obviously brings you a good way towards earning some future returns towards that actuarial assumed rate. And I think that's important to keep in mind when we do see challenges as well. The last point that I'd like to make is really on that right-hand side of the chart on the page, which is showing your actual versus target allocations. And you see a couple of things. Broadly speaking, CalSTRS asset classes are aligned with their policy targets. You do see the private equity category about 4% above that target. Keep in mind that when you have a year like 2021, where private equity assets were up 47.8%, that is going to be a strong tailwind. And we've seen CalSTRS portfolio, along with many others, seeing an increase in private markets exposure relative to, say, long-only equities in that period. Even though we saw very strong returns from the public equity markets as well, the relative return was dramatically different. When you take a look at the rest of the portfolio, you see just a slight underweight within global equity. So again, sort of balancing out that equity risk within the portfolio as you sat at the end of December. You have many committees that spend a lot of time thinking about the positioning of this portfolio. But as you all know, the asset allocation of the plan is what will drive the long-term risk and return potential of the program. And again, just very pleased to see the execution over the last many years and the strong results on this page. With that, I will turn it over to my colleague Stephanie for a final comment.
Great. Thank you, Mika. Good morning, all. Stephanie Sorg with Makita, and I'm just going to wrap up our comments with a few key takeaways and leave enough time for questions here. But despite, the various global economic challenges that have developed over the past year, for example, the Great Resignation, supply chain issues, obviously the multitude of complications that come with COVID variants, and of course, inflation, despite all these headwinds, CalSTRS portfolio ended the year on a high note. with a trailing 1-year return of 16.9%, that's more than double the long-term expected rate of return of 7%. And as mentioned, this is also generating a track record of impressive outperformance in comparison to that policy benchmark and the peer group average over almost all time periods measured here. This is, again, the direct result of CalSTRS continuing to manage the portfolio in a disciplined manner. Staff navigated an uncertain and ever-evolving capital market environment over the past 12 months and continued to execute the investment policy, regardless of all of the obvious challenges, and as well as working remotely. So the work is obviously not done here, especially as we look into the new year and the challenges ahead. But it's important to look back and commend staff on another successful year with the portfolio. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the board for any questions.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Stephanie, for that wrap up. And I'd invite board members, if you have questions for our consultants, to please raise your hand. So I think people are chiming in here. So first we'll go over to the controller, Betty.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the Makita team for the really great report, and just really kudos to the staff for just the really wonderful discipline during this period of time. So just a few questions, and obviously we're kind of at this point of looking back and seeing this wonderful performance that beat the benchmarks and our peers. But in terms of just the volatility that we are seeing in the markets, just a question and maybe an update about whether there's been any more news from the Federal Reserve about plans to raise rates and also slow bond purchases in the near term.
Yeah, thank you, Treasurer Yee. I will take that, and of course the Fed will be meeting soon, and they're careful on how they communicate any expectations before their meeting. But thankfully, Chairman Powell spoke yesterday to Congress and was pretty clear about his expectations for the Fed, which one would have to imagine are pretty accurate at this point. The bond market currently is expecting a 25 basis point increase in the federal funds rate at the March meeting. That is being expected with almost 100% certainty. That's a small improvement in terms of monetary policy relative to a few weeks ago, when there was some chance the market was expecting a 50 basis point increase in the Fed funds rate. So interest rates across the yield curve have fallen somewhat in the last couple of weeks because the chance of a 50 basis point increase in March has been reduced significantly. The Fed, however, continues to communicate many rate increases this year, starting in March, and the bond market will continue to sort of metabolize the Fed speak before the meeting, I'm sure.
Great. Thank you, Steve, for that updated and just look ahead. So we have the fixed income target allocation is 13%, with the actual allocation at 10%. Do you expect this to change over the next 6 months?
Yeah, your staff continues to migrate the portfolio to its long-term targets, and these allocations change both for a variety of reasons. One, because you're migrating towards your long-term target over time. Two, your staff on a bi-weekly basis meets to determine any tactical positioning in the markets. And of course, the markets themselves move on a daily basis quite significantly, which change the allocation. So the direction of change is towards your long-term targets.
Okay, great, thank you. And then just seeing all of this, what would you say would be the best course of action for us to prepare for continued volatility and higher inflation?
Yeah, so far, and I think interestingly, the risks expressed to the U.S. market have been more associated with rising interest rates and inflation than they have with sanctions and the war, although both have been negative contributors to volatility here. But both of these events are events that are contemplated in the strategic asset allocation planning and modeling process. So volatility, of course, is normal in the markets. This level of volatility is normal levels of volatility that one would expect as an investor. And the plan is invested across a variety of asset classes that are intended to diversify the plan across risk factors, given its risk and return expectations. So stay the course. You have a strategic asset allocation review scheduled for 2023. And of course, that will be informed by market activity this year.
Great. All right, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Controller. Next, we'll go to Bill and then to Harry. Bill?
Thank you for the report, Makita. As always, very illuminating. I just have a question for you, Steve, with respect to the private equity portfolio. Having seen the multiples come down in public equities, do you see these valuations fluctuating this coming year in the private equity holdings we have?
Yeah, you could expect them to. Historically, broadly speaking, private equity valuations move up and down about 50 or 60% as much as the broader equity markets. So when markets are sharply up, private equity goes up a little more than half as much, and when public markets are down, private equity tends to go down about half as much. And I would expect that same pattern. One interesting observation to keep an eye on, though, is that last year private equity did better than public equity in a rising market, which is not a normal expectation for private equity. So one might argue that there's potentially more room for private equity valuations to be marked down if volatility continues in the public markets. But historically speaking, volatility for private equity valuations is somewhat muted relative to that for public equity.
And just to follow up on that, in terms of the seasoning of our private equity portfolio, usually the exit period of time has been, 5 to 8 years or so. And in that category, what percentage of the private equity portfolio is in the range where the monetization events would occur? And how would the volatility in this market impact the issuance of IPOs, for example?
Yeah, so your private equity portfolio is quite well diversified by vintage years. So you have investments that are at their nascent stages of development. You have investments that are in the middle stages, and you have investments that are being sold regularly. And the design of your program intentionally is to make sure you're not over allocated to different parts of the purchase and sale cycle within private equity. Our private equity team will be on shortly to go through their semi-annual review and can comment more specifically on experience, but broadly, CalSTRS specific experience, but broadly in the marketplace, liquidity events in the private equity industry have ramped up significantly in the last 6 to 9 months prior to this month. So liquidity has been quite strong. when there are disruptions in the global economy and capital markets face volatility, typically two things happen. Liquidity opportunities dry up for a period of time, but also opportunities to purchase assets dry up for a period of time as well. So while there is less liquidity coming back to you, there's generally also less liquidity exiting for new investments at the same time. And those somewhat, not totally, but somewhat offset each other.
Great. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you, Bill. We'll go next to Harry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Makita team for the report. My question is similar to Controller Yee's question around inflation. And specifically, for the most part, I think I heard the answer, which is to stay the course, and we have an asset liability study coming up in 2023. In the event that, is there any scenario around inflation, specifically elevated levels for prolonged periods of time, that would have you rethink stay the course?
Yeah, so certainly inflation is one of the economic scenarios that we would look at and your staff would look at in doing the strategic asset allocation analysis. And to that extent, it has and will inform different ways to diversify and invest the plan over time. I would highlight one or two important elements of inflation. For most defined benefit plans, the biggest risk is deflation, not inflation. So when practitioners do strategic asset allocation modeling, the scenario that typically damages the fund's long-term sustainability the most is a deflationary scenario. Inflation is damaging for sure. It's a negative event. If you had the option, you wouldn't want to face either deflation or inflation. But it's important to note that generally speaking, inflation is the lesser of the two risks. The other thing I want to highlight about inflation is, number one, we don't have a lot of experience with it in the capital markets in the US, where we do have a lot of experience with deflationary risks. So the modeling around inflation risk is not as precise, it's not as confident as the modeling around deflationary risks. Secondly, the types of strategies and allocations and assets that one would invest in to mitigate inflationary risk are not as precise either as the assets that one would invest in to mitigate deflationary risk. Sometimes inflation hits different parts of the economy, sometimes it hits certain sectors. It presents itself differently often, and sometimes it benefits certain types of assets, sometimes it harms certain types of assets. And just by way of example, at this moment in time, we have inflation measured by the Consumer Price Index of 7-point-something%. Our federal funds rate is effectively 0. So we're facing inflation right now, but we're not facing one of the obvious risks of inflation, which is higher interest rates. So assets that might do well or okay in an environment where inflation is high and rates are low may not do well if the Fed modifies its policy to adjust to inflation. So that's just one example of the complexity of inflation. It's a more complex series of risks than deflationary risks are. And certainly, as we and your staff next year go through the strategic asset allocation, there'll be a lot of thought put into the specific impact that inflation would have on CalSTRS and the various ways to think about and mitigate those risks over time.
Thanks, Steve. Helpful. One additional question, Madam Chair. Thank you. It certainly probably will need some additional thinking and discussion. But I thought your opening quote, Steve, was rather profound and something not to take lightly in terms of what has transpired in the last week. There is, from my perspective, a real struggle going on geopolitically around authoritarian governments and the future of democracy. And to what extent and at what point do we take into consideration, perhaps it's during the asset allocation study, the risks associated with investing directly outside of the United States and the volatility and the risks associated with that versus in an ever-changing world?
Yeah, I think, two answers, Mr. Keeley. One is always, and the other is formally during your asset allocation review. I would highlight two things worth thinking about in that context. Because in many ways, so far, and again, we've only been a week through this, some of the most interesting elements of the Ukraine crisis in the capital markets have less to do with Ukraine and Russia and more about the response to the crisis. The first is the U.S. has frozen Russia's access to its central bank reserves at the New York Fed, where it holds its treasury bonds. That's an extraordinary action by the Federal Reserve and the U.S. government. And it comes on the heels of the U.S. government recently doing the same to Afghanistan. One has to wonder, for example, other countries that have large reserves in U.S. treasuries in the U.S., whether or not they are currently contemplating about a change in how they invest their central bank reserves. Is it reasonable from a geopolitical standpoint anymore to put your central bank reserves at risk by investing them in U.S. treasuries? We don't know what other countries are thinking, but it's a risk that has now been awoken from that policy change. The second one I would highlight is sanctions. I think we can all agree that the size, level, pace, acceleration of sanctions from the West have surprised Russia. I would also argue they've surprised the West. Sanctions hurt both sides to a certain extent. And the challenge with sanctions historically is that the parties that introduced the sanctions have not been fully willing to accept the economic pain that the sanctions inflict on them. This feels different. Germany was very quick to agree to shut down their natural gas pipeline. The U.S. has been very quick to take sanctions to a level that we've never publicly acknowledged we take them before. How do countries respond now in a world where the West has a much more credible weapon in terms of economic sanctions? In retrospect, Putin has been planning for this for 10 years and has insulated his economy from the impact of sanctions. But other countries haven't. And will they? Will other countries pull back on globalization, pull back on trade, pull back on their developmental policies because of the risk that sanctions may pose to them at some point in the future? So there are some very interesting long-term questions to think about with respect to globalization, with respect to investing assets outside the U.S. And while I'm confident your staff ponders these daily, as a committee and board, there'll be significant time spent on this during the long-term strategic asset allocation process.
Thanks very much, Mr. McCord, for your thoughtful comment that you didn't know was coming. That's very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry. So there aren't any other committee questions. I think maybe just one question I have, and it follows up on Harry's question. Steve, you talked about the sanctions and about freezing assets, and all of that transacts through kind of our conventional banking system. I've heard questions and comments about the extent to which those could be circumvented or new questions raised in terms of cryptocurrencies, and which are not part of that conventional banking system. And I don't want to debate that here, but maybe just get your thoughts on short, medium, long term. What elements of that, or just of the increased use of cryptocurrencies, does our committee or does the board need to be thinking about?
Yeah, obviously way too much to go into here. I think all assets are worth considering and thinking about. And there's certainly been a lot of work and analysis done on cryptocurrencies. The Ukraine crisis will, my best guess is, amplify arguments on both sides of it. And the bear case is it highlights the ability of bad players to circumvent formal channels to be able to finance wars and bad things. And on the positive side, it allows citizens stuck in Ukraine to have more ready access to capital. So I don't think, if anything, this will probably amplify the debate on crypto. And I think I'll hold my comments to that for now. We'll review it with staff in due order.
Great, thank you. Okay, no other questions from the committee right now. So Mika and Stephanie and Stephen, thank you very much. Really, and we'll look forward to seeing you again in closed session. Okay, I think next we're hearing from our real estate consultants. So I see Ben and Taylor. Welcome. Turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Ben Maslin with RFA. I'll briefly touch on performance and then turn it over to Taylor to talk about the market. And of course, we'd be delighted to respond to any questions. Can we go to the next slide, please, which talks about the allocation, which is just a reminder, the data here is as of September because of the delay in getting private market reporting. As of September, the allocation was 12.8%. The current allocation is about 14%, so much closer to target. Can we go to the next slide, please? Performance, as with other asset classes, has been strong across all measurable time periods, really including legacy assets as well. And that's been driven from three key drivers. The first being a greater allocation to development projects. The second being a higher use of leverage when compared to the benchmark. And the third being simply better execution and better asset selection, really across all of the major property types. Of course, again, we'd be happy to answer any questions on performance, but I'll turn it over to Taylor to talk about the market.
Yeah, sure. And perhaps we can jump to slide 7 as backdrop for this. Again, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. We submitted our semi-annual report a few weeks ago, which means that it was submitted prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So I thought it might be helpful to describe any modifications to our point of view. And then, of course, we're happy to answer any questions as well. First, I think it's important to know that CalSTRS has very little real estate exposure to the region. So there's limited direct impact on your performance of the current events. Any impacts, therefore, are going to be indirect based upon macroeconomic implications of the event. And though this is a very dynamic situation, we continue to believe that the U.S. economy, which is where the vast majority of CalSTRS real estate exposure lies, should continue to experience healthy growth in 2022. But we think the odds of downside scenarios have increased. Real estate itself likely continues to perform fairly well and consistent with what we included in our report a few weeks ago, really thanks to good ongoing supply-demand dynamics for most property types and continued and perhaps even stronger investor interest to support pricing. This is particularly the case as real estate is perceived to be and has proven to be a moderate hedge against inflation, which of course most are expecting to occur this year. I'll pause right there and open the conversation up to any questions board members might have.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Taylor. So I'd invite once again committee members to raise your hand if you have a question. So first we'll go over to the controller, Betty, and then we'll go to Bill. Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on this particular slide with respect to retail, with overall retail supply shrinking, creating some reuse opportunities, are you seeing these trends that, in the CalSTRS portfolio?
We are. Again, CalSTRS retail exposure is primarily to neighborhood centers, grocery anchored centers, some larger community centers, and there are many assets that are being looked at for multifamily development in parking lots and so on, some repositioning of big box stores into other uses, whether medical or logistics, industrial, and so on. The more significant shrinkage of supply is going to take place in regional malls for the most part, as well as some larger power centers. And again, those are areas in which CalSTRS has relatively limited exposure, but we think that's going to be a long-term trend to right size the brick and mortar retail supply in the United States to where the consumer demand is ending up.
The other thing I would add is that CalSTRS exposure to the retail sector is lower than the benchmark. So the impact is lower as a result from some of these secular changes. And the allocation within retail is, as Taylor described, different than the benchmark, which has led to some outperformance within retail generally.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Ben. And then I guess, so speaking geographically, are there, I guess, which geographic markets where CalSTRS invests do you expect will be hardest hit? And I know.
And specifically in the United States?
Certainly in the United States, but I mean, I'm just thinking globally as well with all of the disruption.
Yeah, sure. So globally, first of all, CalSTRS has relatively limited exposure, and most of its exposure globally is through funds into Asia in particular and Europe. And we expect to see relatively limited impacts based upon how CalSTRS has invested in those regions. Within the United States, where CalSTRS has more assets in controlled portfolios, which is the majority of the allocation, CalSTRS has a fairly diversified geographic investment strategy focused on both gateway markets as well as growth markets as well. Gateway markets in which CalSTRS has excess exposure include New England, in particular Boston, as well as California in general. Boston really never missed a beat during COVID, and particularly because of the growth of life sciences, which is where the majority of CalSTRS exposure is. California, as you all know, was hit fairly hard as a result of the COVID restrictions, but is bouncing back, particularly in Southern California, and we're starting to see meaningful growth in Northern California as well. The other market in which CalSTRS has excess exposure has been Austin, Texas, which likewise has performed very well throughout the pandemic. So CalSTRS is constantly looking at the primary demand drivers in different markets for each use, and I think has done a pretty good job of identifying markets that have the long-term tailwinds behind them, as well as fairly good supply constraints that that support ongoing rent increases within real estate.
Got it. That's good. Great to know. Thank you. And then I guess in my mind, it's kind of like the $64 million question, but have you seen investors begin to sell their Class A office holdings? And is there a market for these properties if that's happened?
Yeah, there have been some trades of Class A office buildings. In fact, CalSTRS has been a net seller of office buildings, especially over the last year. There is actually still demand, and the demand is primarily for office buildings that have long leases and credit tenants. So more defensive office plays with stable, more predictable cash flows. That being said, office transaction volume is lower than it was pre-pandemic, but there is still some demand for it.
Yeah, I mean, we have been surprised, frankly, at how successfully CalSTRS has been able to sell some of its older Class A office stock. It's definitely doing better than average in terms of its ability to sell and exit those in pretty attractive fashion.
That's great. Okay, Madam Chair, just one last question. I apologize. I just was looking at what, in your mind, what caused the legacy portfolio to have such a strong return this past year?
This past year was the best year ever on record for real estate, and so what's the saying? The rising tide lifts all boats.
Right, just kind of got swept up. Yeah.
Yep.
Got it. Great. Thank you so much for the report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Betty. We'll go over to Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ben Taylor, thank you for your report. I'm looking at the slide on the total portfolio diversification, and two things. We've got two questions. One on the property type diversification. There is on land and other significant difference between the benchmark and the percentage of the geographic or the property type. And could you identify what those properties are, not by just generically, what land and what does other contain?
Land is slated for development across different property types within the portfolio.
So it's developmental land principally.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then other includes various things. Probably within CalSTRS portfolio, the largest composition of other is real estate debt. So investing in lending to real estate operators. Within the benchmark, it can include anything from senior living to self-storage to healthcare real estate. So it is a composition of different property types within the benchmark, but it's a small percentage of the total amount.
And then on geographical diversification, obviously on global, the benchmark has 0. We've got 22%. And I believe you said that most of that is either in Asia or Europe. And what is the character of those investments, if you can generically describe them?
Sure. First off, the 22% is global. So the definition of global does include the U.S. as well. Those are commingled funds that have exposure to the United States. The actual allocation to international is closer to 10% or so, and that's primarily in the Asia Pacific region and Europe, and includes a diversity of property types across from residential and office, but also includes mostly stabilized assets, so mostly cash flowing assets as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you very much, Bill. Excuse me, Taylor and Ben, thank you very much for the report. I think no other questions from the committee at this point, but we'll look forward to continuing the discussion in closed session a little later this morning.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So now we'll turn to the third part of this item, which is a discussion and presentation from our private equity consultants. So I see John and Tad joining us. Welcome. We'll turn it over to you and then shift to the committee for questions.
Thank you. Good morning. Tad Ferguson and Makita Investment Group. And as mentioned, John and I will be presenting the semi-annual private equity performance review. And as mentioned for the real estate asset class, this performance is presented on a lagged basis. So the data is as of September 30, 2021. And kind of chiming off Steve's quote, that lag seems much longer than normal given what's going on in the world today. Overall, aggregate performance of the private equity portfolio continues to be very strong, led by a very impressive one-year return of 50% for the private equity asset class. And this really reflects the continued rebound from the pandemic lows in 2020. And while this is very impressive and strong, we, and wanted to acknowledge this one-year return, in the private equity class in this report in particular, we really want to focus on longer-term returns as this is a long-term asset class. Overall, the private equity portfolio has generated strong results on both an absolute and relative basis. Relative to the two policy benchmarks, it's outperformed across all time periods evaluated. The custom benchmark, which is a public market plus a premium benchmark construct to be compared relative to the 10-year period, outperformed by 1.3% during this time period. And the custom State Street Index, which is a peer universe construct to be compared to shorter time periods, has outperformed by 3% and 2.3% over the latest 3 and 5 year periods. And just to peel back the onion a little bit and examine performance by a strategy perspective, the buyout segment of the market continues to generate very strong results due to kind of strong partnership selection and manager selection as it outperformed its peer universe or the customized buyout universe over all periods evaluated. The venture capital segment, while a much smaller component of the overall portfolio, has generated strong absolute results, but has underperformed the relative peer benchmark. And that's not to be unexpected, as it is hard to deploy material amounts of capital in the venture capital space, particularly gaining access to some of the smallest and most early stage segments of the marketplace. But overall, the strong returns for the buyout space are really kind of contributing to overall aggregate results, and this represents the largest component of the overall portfolio. From a structure basis, funds continue to represent the largest component of the overall portfolio at just about 80 or just over 80%. But co-investment has grown dramatically over the past couple of years and is now just over 18%, up from 15% 1 year ago. And this is, the staff's continued implementation of the collaborative model, gaining increased exposure to these lower fee models of the co-investment transactions. And while performance has been strong both for fund investments and co-investments, the co-investments have generated strong outperformance over the 3 year and 5 year period, generating 30% and 28.5% returns, kind of from the lower fee profile associated with the co-investments and strong selection within this area. So there again, ramping up the co-investment exposure, increasing the implementation of the collaborative model is paying off in the co-investment space. From a geographic perspective, the United States represents the largest component of the overall portfolio, and performance was slightly below the US customized benchmark. It's essentially in line with those exposures as the underperformance is very minimal. For developed non-US exposures, there's been pretty significant outperformance and alpha generated by strong performance of several of the European managers. So overall, performance has been very strong in the private equity portfolio on both an absolute and relative basis, and some of the largest components within the CalSTRS private equity portfolio really contributing to that outperformance. And with that, I will pass it on to John to comment more on implementation of aspects of the program.
Thanks, Ted. As you probably know, the running of the private equity program requires a lot of work. Our report shows quite a bit of activity. In the 6 months that ended September 30, staff had done 33 commitments, and that's part of an annual run rate of making 70 commitments to funds and to co-investments per year. Total commitments by vintage year increased from roughly $5 billion in 2017 to a current run rate of about $8 billion for the current year and subsequent years to 2017. As you'll note in the report, the figure for 2021 is a bit larger, and that's the result of some commitments being made in prior years that have yet to call capital, and also commitments that were made in 2021 that will be classified as future vintage years when their first capital call is made. This is due to extensive use of subscription line financing in the last couple of years. And I'll note an industry statistic that's quite remarkable. The median time from a fund close to the first capital call for the last 4 vintage years is almost a year, 300 days. The portfolio structure remains heavily weighted to buyouts, which comprise 3/4 of NAV at the end of September 2021, with the venture exposure being next largest by on strategy basis at 10%. So I'll summarize to say that the third quarter snapshot of the private equity program showed a very strong rebound from the lows reached from the pandemic in risk assets, very strong selection by the staff in non-US, which is mostly European buyouts, and very strong selection in the buyout category overall. It also shows that co-investments have outperformed fund investments very strongly for the past 5-year and 3-year period of time. And pacing, it has been on a run rate of roughly $8 billion per year, getting just beyond the target of 13%, somewhere around 14% today, and well within the bounds of the range that is established about that target. And the co-investment deployment, as Tad had mentioned, was 18% as of September 30, and that is increasing to 20% and beyond. And this has been facilitated by, or will be facilitated by, the recent policy changes that were just adopted for co-investments. Our report will change in the future to have a few more details on co-investments, as was requested by the board at the last meeting. And that concludes our report.
Great. Thanks very much, John, and thank you, Tad. Appreciate the report, and also just really appreciate, John, both of you highlighting, the tremendous performance in the portfolio, as well as making the connection to some of the policy changes that the committee considered and made previously, and the kind of impact that will have. I'd invite board members, if you please raise your hand if you have any questions. And it may be that there will be more questions, but those might be more suited for closed session. Oh, hang on one second. We have a question from the controller, Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm always happy to go last because I seem to have a lot of questions. So if there's anyone else in the queue.
You're the only one right now, so please go ahead. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Really wonderful news, and appreciate the report on the tremendous success here. But just wanted to get your sense of what you see as potential challenges in the current market.
I'll take a crack at that first, and I'm sure Tad will have other thoughts. Valuations, of course. This is a market that is very rich, and it also is a market that seems to favor general partners with respect to the supply-demand characteristics for commitments. And as such, there have been larger and larger fundraises that occur with the funds that really all large participants in the private market have been looking at. And so that could have a compounding effect on pricing. If we have high prices, we have a fairly significant amount of dry powder in funds that have been raised but not yet deployed. And furthermore, we have managers that are coming back to market a year or to 2 years more quickly than they have historically. Historically, the fundraise schedule was on the order of 4 to 5 years. Today, depending on the manager, that is 2 to 3 years. And so more rapid deployment brings concern on the limited partner side of the table with how carefully that's being deployed. And when that's in an environment of high prices, We are even more focused on care and working with quality managers. This, of course, is not our decision within your program, but we talk to your staff and are convinced that they're looking at all of the critical issues of discipline on the part of the managers with whom they work on pricing and purchasing investments that not only have the ability to appreciate, but have another source of return through fixing the asset or making it better in some way.
Mhm. Well, that's helpful. That's very helpful to be watchful for those factors. Appreciate that. And then, are you seeing much progress with respect to private equity firms in terms of diversity, both at the fund and portfolio level, also with respect to issues around climate impact and human capital management issues? I mean, is there movement and consideration of those without prodding?
There is. As you may know, Makita sends out a questionnaire every year to our managers, and we were able to track that. We have a time series at this point in time. The improvements are slow, and what we're seeing is that gives us some encouragement is not necessarily the trend as expressed by numbers with respect to diversity characteristics, but very real programs and policies that are aimed towards changing the complexion of the partners at a number of the firms with whom your program utilizes and works with, and also more broadly at Makita Investment Group on behalf of all our clients. But it's a front and center first order dialogue. The question, of course, remains for how quickly actual numbers and statistics can change.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
I would just add on that there is, it's for the more established firm, there is the longer evolution towards more diverse firms. But I would say in the marketplace, there is definitely an increase for newer firms, the formation of diverse firms and strategies targeting diverse aspects of the marketplace and climate strategies. Those are definitely increasing kind of at a more rapid pace than historically.
Right. Okay. Great. That's good to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Betty. Harry, I thought I saw your hand up. You're good? Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, no further questions at this point. So John and Tad, thank you again, and we'll look forward to more discussion in closed session. Thank you. Okay, thank you, committee. So now we're going to move on to agenda item number 4 with our Chief Investment Officer, Chris Ailman. Welcome, Chris.
Good to see you. And I just want to comment, you are exactly at 70 minutes on that item. That is remarkable. Jonathan, can you
known as Madam Chair.
There you go. Jonathan, can you jump to slide 3, please? Right there. So I want to talk really briefly about this. This is your asset allocation over 3 years worth, so 36 month ends. First, look at the sidebar on the left-hand side of the chart. That shows the portfolio divided by risk. The orange or yellow, depending on your screen color, is growth assets. The darker teal, I'm not good with colors, darker green, blue, is inflation sensitive. And obviously real estate's not perfectly inflation sensitive, but it's close. Then the bright blue, turquoise, is risk mitigating. So balancing out that big growth. We need to earn 7, so we got to have exposure to growth. The reason I raise this is because some of the questions I've been getting so far in 2022, I said it might be a rocky year, and sure enough, darn it, I don't like being right. It's a rocky year. We didn't expect an invasion and the worldwide reaction to it, but we are seeing choppiness within the U.S. equity market. Now, if you look at the chart on the right, the big bar chart or the big area chart in the middle, think of that for a minute. You've heard me use the expression that we're a giant cruise ship. You've picked 7% as the dot on the horizon, and we're aiming toward it. We're always out in the ocean. And I don't know if you've ever looked at the back of a cruise ship, at the wake it leaves behind. But if you think for a minute of that as looking back at our wake over the last 36 months, what you realize, I'm your captain, you own the ship. My hand on that rudder is very steady. We are not making wild corrections and changes all the time. Conversely, think of a smaller speedboat. The wake would be all over the place. Those lines would be up and down. And that's true of smaller portfolios, high net worth portfolios. They can make very quick changes. So in a choppy period like this, we are not going to dramatically correct our course. What we're going to do, though, is lean on the defensive things. You see some of those bars increase and decrease. We're going to make subtle course corrections along the way to protect the portfolio, but we still have to stay out at ocean and head in that direction on the horizon. So I just think it's really important in these volatile, choppy times, these decades that feel within a year, to recognize we're long-term investors, we're steady course investors, and we're not trying to be market timers or volatile in what we do. Go ahead and drop that for a minute, Jonathan. A couple things I want to correct before I turn it over to questions. First off, before I get to Russia, Ukraine, in the public comment, there were two complaints about CNOOC, the Chinese oil company. Staff did some very fast work during the public comment because all of us immediately started texting each other going, wait a minute, CNOOC is a restricted stock. CNOOC has not been in our portfolio. It became restricted way back with the Iran sanctions. I don't know, it almost seems like a decade ago. There was a CNOOC technology company listed in the June 30 holdings. And again, we're very transparent. So once you approve the annual report in November, all of our holdings, everything we own at June 30 goes on the web. And that's where a lot of the public and the press finds out about what we own. But that's June 30 positioning and June 30 prices. That CNOOC was a spinoff. The technology company was a spinoff. Came into our portfolio, popped up as restricted, immediately sold. So we are not exposed to CNOOC. The question about the pipeline in Africa, some people mentioned Total as being an investor in it. We are exposed to Total. That is the major French oil company. So we'll engage with them on that. And then on the question about PetSmart, we have written BC Partners. They're well aware of the labor issue they have in some of their stores, and we raised it and made sure they're aware of it and communicated. Not sure, obviously, from that comment they haven't met with the group, but I wanted to address, at least in the public comment, many of those things raised. Hertz, that was the first time we heard that, so we'll have to look into that. Somebody contacted me on Bloomberg and sent an article, so we'll read about Hertz. Let's talk for a minute about Russia and Ukraine. I've been sharing with the board our exposures to Russia along the way and keeping them informed, but for the public's sake, just to give them some current numbers. Our exposure to Russia as of last week was $171.5 million. That number's down even more because prices have dropped. It's probably under 100 million. Our managers did own Russia. Russia is in the emerging market index. It was at 1.3.5% of that index. Many of our managers last summer liked some of the Russian companies. For example, there's a very well-funded bank within Russia. There's a very strong grocery store chain, a retail store chain. Think of kind of like a Target-like company in Russia. There's also a nickel producer in Russia. Russia is one of the largest exporters of nickel, which is critical in EV batteries, and so a high demand. So they had some good companies. Our managers were always worried about the currency, so they did not tend to own things in local currency if they could avoid it. They would tend to own the ADRs or GDRs, American Depository Receipts, so they held it in dollars. Our position now, so a lot of our managers sold what they, as the year broke and this crisis and war and disaster escalated, they sold down the position as an active manager should and would do. Many of them even sold some things at distressed prices last week. The problem is the Russian stock market has not opened, hasn't opened this week, and basically Russian brokers stopped trading for foreign investors way back on last Thursday, a week ago. So that market is frozen. Obviously, the central banks have now come together with the SWIFT system. And I think as Stephen McCourt mentioned, you have to picture that we went from a week ago Thursday, some sanctions put in place, and I sent you an email about Friday about, well, at this point it doesn't include SWIFT, to suddenly by Sunday, massive changes, has been highlighted. You have Germany reversing a 45-year ban on exporting military weapons. You have Switzerland agreeing to participate in talks against sanctions against Russia. So, I mean, these are historic shifts that happened over the weekend. Now, as we sit today, the assets are pretty much frozen because the markets aren't trading. MSCI has removed Russia from its index, and that's the index provider we use. It is now a standalone holding. They don't even know what price to put on it, so they're putting it at zero because it's frozen. And the only fixed income security we have is with one manager, an external manager, and they reduced it what they could, but now it's just being frozen as well. I'm sad to say we've been through this before. We went through this with Malaysia in the late 90s, a little bit with Venezuela when it went through an upheaval, and we'll just have to take it day by day. The governor has sent us a letter. And we had a big discussion with Gail about that beforehand. And I know CalPERS responded today, and we're putting our response together. We'll keep the Department of Finance and the governor's office very informed. Our managers are not going to be buying anything in Russia. We're not going to buy Russia in our portfolios. The only thing we run in-house is an emerging market index portfolio, and the low carbon portfolio has emerging market exposure. But we're basically moving. When MSCI froze that market, it froze it. It's still in the fixed income indices, but I know that's going to be debated by the fixed income index provider, Bloomberg, Barclays indexes. So at this point, we would not go there. It violates one of our risk factors with war and conflict. And so our internal CRI committee is taking a look at that about whether we should actually go so far as to restrict the country and bar our managers from buying it, or just take it out of the index as MSCI did. So the managers can buy it if they want, but it's too early to say. We have no idea how this is going to play out in Russia and the rest of the world, and obviously it's too difficult to predict because you've got a madman on the other side. But right now, again, for the public, our holdings are only they were 171 million. I think it's now less than 100 million. We're going to treat those as frozen assets and wait to see how we can get our money back out over time. With that, I think I have run through all my notes. I want to open it up to questions.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Chris. If there are committee members who have questions with the floor. Otherwise, Chris, I do have one question that just kind of goes back, I think, to the first slide you put up about, our performance overall. Could you just, since we have, some newer committee members, just spend a couple minutes talking about RMS and, that kind of asset class and how we really use it to provide some some versatility given times like this.
You bet. Thanks, Joy. RMS is risk mitigating strategies. It's one of two asset classes that are not a specific type of security, but rather a characteristic. The other is inflation sensitive. So RMS is a mixture of both public market securities and private market securities. It's got four strategies right now, three main strategies that are in it. And it is intended not to be negatively correlated to global growth, but less correlated. So we realize that recessions come in lots of different shapes and sizes. A recession is almost never a mirror of the prior one. So you need a basket of things that will react. Some things react minute by minute, like government bonds. You know, when there's a crisis, you think of gold and government bonds reacting. We've got some of that in the portfolio. There's other things that react more over 3 and 4 month time periods, and then other stuff that reacts over 4 to 9 month time periods. And so those mixture of those different securities buffer the portfolio. So far this year, the stock market has lost money, so that when you go back to June 30, we're about break even. Non-US is down from June 30. RMS just in the last 2 months is up. It's been up almost 4%. Now it's only 10% of the portfolio, so it can't counterbalance that whole 40%. But mixed with fixed income, that's 20% of our portfolio, a little bit more than that, that's designed to help balance and save money when we hit recessions or choppy seas like this.
Great, thank you, Chris. So we do have a question from the committee, Blake, and then we'll go to Betty after that. Blake?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the update, Chris. Also, too, nice lapel adornment, by the way. Very short question and comment, it's ESG related. So, Madam Chair, please notify me my question that study doesn't align with the agenda item. First, I want to commend CalSTRS investment team, especially Kirsty and her team, regarding their first real estate investment, which will fund affordable and workforce housing in Black and Brown communities. Now, my question as relates to ESG is, has CalSTRS considered the racial equity audits at all?
And I'm learning more about that, Blake, when you ask the question. We support, so racial audits are a fairly new thing within companies, to ask them to look at their employee workforce and really take a look at the ethnicity and racial identity of their staffs. We're very supportive of those and encouraging companies to get ahead of the curve and actually measure that. And then as far as our investment managers, we have not to date. We've been pretty hamstrung by Prop 209, but I really want to highlight a critical part of your May agenda is going to be diversity and inclusion. And you're going to hear a lot from Lachey and June and Shafat, because we need you to help us adopt a true meaning of emerging, which is small, but also a true meaning of diversity. And then we can go out and measure that against our asset managers and come back with information. But to date, we haven't asked our managers, or we have not divided our managers based on racial identity or diversity. But it is coming up. It's now required for us to report that as part of a law. So.
Great, thank you, Chris. And Blake, thank you for your question. I think maybe I would just add that, at some point we can make sure that you and the superintendent are up to speed on a lot of the focus that we've done in this area through Kirsty's team with our, kind of stakeholder engagement and our proxy voting. This is something that we've for years have been looking at, maybe not necessarily from a racial equity audit perspective, but in terms of really pushing to address diversity and inclusion in our public companies. Great, thank you, Blake. Okay, next we'll go to Betty and then to Harry.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, just a general question, and thank you for the update on the Russia-Ukraine situation and the status of our assets. So when there are kind of broad, indications across the globe about divesting from Russia holdings, so how does that get operationalized, given what's happening?
Well, that's been part of the challenge, Betty, is I think people, some people are going to hold the local stocks in local currency. Other people like us are going to hold the ADRs or the GDRs. Think of a GDR as a trust based in a country like Great Britain, traded in pounds, but has the underlying stock as its asset. And as the GDR gets money, they buy the underlying stock. Right. That presumes the underlying stock is traded and right. Price discovery, and you know what it's worth. That's been the big problem, is that the Russian stock market, it was open Thursday, Friday of last week. But as I said, without any kind of public announcement, we found out from our managers, they subtly shut off foreign investors last Thursday, midday London time. And their market actually traded up on Friday because it was only domestic people, and they're coming in and buying at 10 cents on the dollar. And as I said, there are some fairly valued companies there. The bank that I mentioned has a dividend that right now is worth the stock price. So you could buy it and in 6 months get your money back from a dividend if it paid it. So when people are saying they're divesting now, if you hold it in the domestic market and in rubles, if you were able to even sell your stock, they would pay you in rubles and you're not able to trade those because of the SWIFT market shut down, the foreign currency markets are shut down. So even then your money is captured in the country. In our case, most of our holdings are in GDRs or ADRs. If those trade, then they'll be able to sell. But even on Sunday night, when I was talking to June and we did some trading, it was literally stop-start. It would start, freeze, and then stair-step down and start again, and stair-step down and start again in price. So everything is very dislocated. I would say my judgment call is that right now things are 10 cents on the dollar at best. But you don't know what the domestic demand will be when they open back up. The oligarchs may want to buy up their shares at very low prices, which wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
That said, Russia could easily be thrown into not just a recession, but a depression. When prices fall 70%, the currency falls nearly 50%. And so many corporations are quitting Russia. If they really stay out for a long time, that will have huge implications. I mean, it is amazing to see the number of multinationals that are, in essence, tearing up their agreements with Russian companies. And if they stay that way, I can't see how they stay out of almost a depression.
Yeah. No, that's very helpful. That's very helpful. So just one other question. So how should the board think about the elevated risk in infrastructure? I mean, it's always been an attractive area of investment, but how should we kind of put that in a frame?
Well, we're excited about the infrastructure bill and the U.S. push for that. There's still the problem of not understanding. And when you say infrastructure, you mean within our portfolio, or do you mean as it relates to Russia? Okay.
Our portfolio.
Yeah, no, we've been very involved, and obviously we've done some public transactions, like a small slice of LaGuardia. I know Paul and his team are looking at a small slice of JFK. The public to private transactions are still very challenging, and PPPs are not popular in a lot of states. So it needs to be done, but I don't know how much private capital they will need. We're going to look at those opportunities and continue to invest in it if it can. The team was very busy at the start of the pandemic. I was shocked at that, but a mixture of transactions. We're seeing Australia continue to seek foreign capital to rebuild their infrastructure. Germany or France and Great Britain have been very aggressive, but they don't have municipal bond markets, so they don't have a tool to finance it internally. And as I've said, and I know it's controversial, but in the USA, municipal bonds are the least expensive form of capital to build infrastructure. But what we have found out is they're actually kind of lousy at maintaining it. And you got to do both. You can't just build a bridge. You got to keep it rust-free.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. Good. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Betty. So we have next Harry and then Frank.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's not a question for Chris, but a request for information, not for a board item, but simply that could be sent to the board or posted on the Diligent site. And that's in response to Mr. Johnson's question around the racial equity audit. Some general information around what that is. I think I have an idea, and I think it's worthy for us to have some baseline knowledge of the racial equity audits and any other relevant and pertinent information around the topic that Mr. Johnson raised. I think it's relevant on many levels, not the least of which the strategic plan that we'll be looking at tomorrow. And in April, we'll have a guest speaker on DE&I issues. So I think it's timely. And I think it's a good conversation for us to have in terms of next steps, in terms of promoting some of the activities that we've been actively engaged in for years. And where do we go next? And this might be a specific example. I'd like to learn more.
Great. Thank you very much, Harry, for that suggestion. So we'll make sure that that's a takeaway that staff notes. I see Aisha joined us. Aisha, did you want to make a quick comment?
No, I was just going to jump in if anybody wanted any more information about the racial equity audits, because it is a relatively new proposal. We saw a few of these proposals last year at companies, mostly at companies where there have been different types of controversies in regards to either their employees or discrimination practices. And this year we are seeing more of these proposals, and our default is to vote for these proposals based on the fact that we believe that conducting these types of audits would help mitigate risks at companies, because we know that these types of controversies can result in customer and employee attrition, negative press, significant fines. And so we think it's in the shareholders' best interest to support companies in these types of audits, especially from an independent third party. We've also been in conversations with our own legal office about how we could potentially be more involved in this. Right now, we're just supporting other proposals, but it could be a form of engagement.
Great, thank you, Aisha. So I think what we'll do is we'll take Mr. Keeley's suggestion and maybe do some follow-up directly to the board to provide just factual information about the topic. And then certainly, the committee can think about whether to bring this up, in the future, or perhaps as part of a discussion about our stakeholder engagement plans going forward. Great, thank you. Thanks, Aisha. So we'll turn it to Frank.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Chris, for always a great report. But I have a very simple question. I think it's simple, and if we entering this choppy water, as you describe it, right, which means lower real returns, what adjustments might be appropriate, if any, either now or later?
Great question, Frank. And I'm going to address it in broad strokes here in open session, but I strongly encourage you, and I think the team's already prepared to talk about it a bit more in detail in closed session under the TAC report. But basically, what we would do, remember the asset allocation, you have targets, but then we have ranges, high or low ranges around those targets. Within the staff's discretion, we can move the risk up or down, but within the range. And that's what we're actively discussing is, should we move the equity risk down? Should we move, private equity is almost impossible to move because the commitments they're making today are not even going to show up in the portfolio for about 3 years. The allocation we have today really comes from, 2019. But we can also talk about raising cash. We can talk about increasing RMS, increasing fixed income, being defensive. So within the wake that I showed you, that's what I meant about subtle course corrections. We have about plus or minus 3% on each side of us that we can tilt the portfolio. And history shows us that that's about as much active management as a long-term investor should try to do. Timing the market just proves far too difficult time and time again. I can send you all kinds of research on how hard it is to time it and how seldom anyone gets it right. So we're designed as a ship to withstand rough seas. And 2008 proves we got hit by a rogue wave. We survived, but we certainly had damage. And I think, we can definitely talk in detail about what we're doing now as a staff and the conversations we're having with the consultants going forward.
Great, thank you. And Madam Chair, can I make a quick comment with respect to the audits?
Of course, please.
That we just talked. I just wanted to, our office fully supports Mr. Johnson and Mr. Keeley's request that we just talked about. And as we prepare for that, keep in mind that there's a lot of companies that they have voluntarily have accepted or have been okay with doing an equity, an audit. There's also equally many companies who outright have refused. And so what is our options, if you will, lack of, or perhaps legislative or other, but we should be exploring that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much, Frank. And I think, I think what we'll do is kind of proceed under the recommendation that Mr. Keeley made, which is to provide everybody on the committee with more information about, how these are defined, sort of what the landscape looks like right now. As Aisha has pointed out, this has come up in some, in some of the stakeholder, some of the stakeholder initiatives, proxy initiatives that are coming up. I think we're approaching them right now in the same way that we have addressed diversity, equity, and inclusion issues in the past, which is to be very supportive of, making sure that companies are prioritizing this and being transparent about their efforts. But I think there will definitely be an opportunity to have more discussion, along the lines either to respond to questions committee members have after seeing the information, or exploring what additional actions we want to consider. Does that work for you, Frank and Harry and Blake? Great. And Chris and Aisha, I think that's kind of how we'll proceed. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, thank you. So Chris, no other questions for your CIO report right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think I just want to add, just another, sort of sense of gratitude, I think, from all of us for what you and your staff continue to do over a period longer than any of us had anticipated, with so much just kind of volatility in our world and in the market, going beyond the pandemic now with what's happening globally. And I think also your regular updates to the board and to the committee, as things are happening are very much appreciated. So keep doing that. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And hats off to the staff. They have been phenomenal. All working at home, alone in individual spots. They're starting to trickle back into the office. It's been a stunning achievement for a 2-year period to have such good performance. So thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you for calling that out. It's, you're the face we see on the screen right now, but you've got a whole team behind you that is phenomenal, and we're grateful for everyone. Thank you. Okay, so next we have agenda items 5 and 6, which are both on the consent agenda, information items related to an update on the collaborative model pillars update, and information about investment services and how those will evolve over time as we expand our efforts under the collaborative model. Does anybody want to pull those for anything? Okay. Well, I just want to, appreciate, just again, send a word of appreciation to our team, in particular, Scott and April and others on the investment team, as well as our non-investment executive staff who are working with the investment branch on a lot of the things that we can do internally in order to enable us to be even stronger in how we pursue these collaborative model opportunities. So thank you for the update on that. And then agenda item number 7. Again, consent agenda, it's approval of the minutes from January. Anyone have any changes to the minutes? Scott, I see you on screen. Should we do a roll call vote for this?
We should, but it's at your discretion.
Okay, that would be fine. So maybe let me just ask for a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Great, thank you, Bill and Denise. So Scott, go ahead.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks?
Yes.
Mr. Keeley?
Yes.
Mr. Berzant?
Yes.
Mr. Tang?
Yes.
Ms. Erden?
Yes.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Ms. Whitaker?
Yes.
Mr. Rufino,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Controller Yi,
Aye.
and Chairperson Higa, would you care to vote?
Yes, I'll vote aye.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Scott. And maybe Scott, if you can stay on the screen. Next, we're wrapping up the agenda. So agenda item number 8 is a review of information requests. I think we had a discussion about Mr. Keeley's request around the racial equity audits. Was there anything else that you noted, Scott?
No, nothing beyond pursuant to item 4, the request to provide additional pertinent information on the topic of racial equity audits.
Okay, great. Yeah, nothing else I had either.
Thank you.
Okay, and then agenda item 9, it's our draft agenda for the next committee meeting. Chris, any comments you'd like to make?
Thanks, Joy. I really want to highlight, since the question about racial audits, which tends to be more external to companies, but we'll address that. You have 2 really big items on the May agenda. One is inclusion and diversity internally. We're going to come back to you. We need you to approve a definition of emerging. And when I say emerging, think small, new money managers. But we also need to define diversity. And I keep saying diversity is more than skin deep, particularly in California. It's sexual orientation. It's a lot of things that's really hard for us to measure, but we need some guidance for you. If you have a partnership and the lead GP is diverse, but nobody else is, those are the hard things we need boundaries and definitions from you, not to get ahead of myself, so that we can then go measure. The other item, which was very important, hopefully the public comment people are listening, we're going to come back to you with a measurement of carbon footprint, carbon intensity on our public portfolio. And we need to really begin to set the table with you in May, because by next September, we really need you to adopt goals and targets for the interim years. We hear lots of complaints about 2050, net zero by 2050 or sooner is not enough. And I would agree, if you don't set an interim target, it's meaningless. It's like me saying I'm going to be less than 100 pounds in 2050. You got to have a target in 2030, 2035, 40. We're not going to adopt those in May, but we want to start talking about them and getting you clearly thinking about what kind of targets we want for ourselves. Because we know the path to net zero has to start now and every year and be measured every year. So really important item. Hopefully we'll get lots of attention. And I'm looking forward as an important report. And that's really the bulk of your open session, are those 2 key issues. Plan to net zero, and then diversity, inclusion work.
Great. Okay, any questions for Chris? Okay, thanks very much, Chris. So that wraps up our open session items. So we're going to adjourn from open session right now and go into closed session. It's a different number for the committee members. Check in the next few minutes, but we'll be starting closed session at 11:15. And then I think just for members of the public, we'll finish closed session, and then the Controller Yi, is there any comment you want to make about, I believe the Audit and Risk Management Committee is meeting in open session this afternoon?
We are, and we will schedule to convene that at 1:30.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. We'll see you in closed session. Good afternoon. I'd just like to report out from closed session that the investment committee took no actions during closed session. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the CalSTRS Audits and Risk Management Committee meeting. This is Wednesday, March 3rd. It is 2 p.m. And let's begin by calling the roll. Ms. Kaur?
Thank you. Ms. Higa?
Here.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Here.
For the State Treasurer, Mr. Uzanmaz?
Here.
For the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Chairperson Yi, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And let me just note that Ms. Whitaker, Representative Director of Finance, will be a few minutes late, so we will get the meeting started. And welcome, Ms. Kaur. I know that you are new in supporting this committee. Really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you. So our next item.
Chairperson Yi, may I read a brief statement?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
The CalSTRS board meetings are live web streamed and video archived and available to the public on calstrs.com. Individuals who wish to address the board should dial into the public comment line at 833-986-0555 and wait for the 10-minute public comment period at the end of the agenda item the caller wishes to address. For comments not pertaining to a specific agenda item, there will be an opportunity for additional statements at the end of the open session. Each caller is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. However, if there is not enough time for each caller to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the discretion of the chair. To protect the privacy of callers under the age of 18 who wish to address the board, only their first name and affiliated organization may be provided, but other personal identifying information such as their last name, age, or school may not be shared. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaur. Very well. So we will move then into item number 1, which is the approval of the committee agenda. Members, let me just note that we do have a slight change on the agenda whereby item number 3, noted currently as an action item under the consent agenda, will be moved to an informational item under the consent agenda. So that will be a change that I would ask to be incorporated into the motion. So is there a motion to approve the agenda? Yeah, motion moved by Ms. Yamamoto.
Second.
Second by Ms. Higa. Ms. Kaur, you want to just call the roll on that? Just get that change incorporated.
Sure. Ms. Higa?
Yes.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Mr. Rufino? I'm sorry, Mr. Uzenmoth?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Chairperson Yi, would you care to vote?
Yes, I vote aye. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Motion passes.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Item number 2 was approval of the minutes for the November 4th, 2021. Excuse me. Yes, of the November 4th Audit and Risk Management Committee. Is there, excuse me, let me go back. The next item is the consent agenda. And we do have item number 2, the approval of the minutes as the only action item on the consent agenda. Any comments or notes about that item? No? Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Blake and a second by Karen. See, with this, without objection, or all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Opposed? Abstentions? Great, thank you. That motion will carry. And then we have the consent informational items, and just note again, item number 3 has been moved from a consent action item to the consent informational item. And any items that members wish to have pulled from the consent informational agenda? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
Okay, thank you, Joy. Moved by Ms. Higa, second by Ms. Yamamoto. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Seeing none, those items are approved. Great, thank you very much. We then will move into crux of our business. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up. I'm looking at 2 different versions of the agenda. I'm sorry, Ms. Kaur. I think I'm on too many allergy drugs today. So let me back up a little bit. So we approved the consent action item, which is the approval of the minutes. The information items will be presented. So I Let me just rescind that last action that we took. This is the crux of the meeting. I apologize. So we are on the item number 3, which is the 2021 Management Letter Progress Report. And Mr. Jensen, should we start there and then we'll go through the rest of the informational items?
Yeah, excuse me, this is a consent item, and so if you'd like me to spend a few minutes on it, I will. If there
Yeah,
are questions.
let me just see if there are any questions on the Management Letter Progress Report, which was placed on the consent informational agenda. Okay, we will take that to mean that it's approved, and so we'll move on to item number 4. I apologize. The financial statement, audit client service plan for the fiscal year 2021-22. And we do have the Crow team with us. And Larry, you want to introduce the item?
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is, CalSTRS is required to have an audit of our basic financial statements annually by a CPA firm, and the Audit and Risk Management Committee has responsibility for oversight of the CPA that's engaged to perform that work. Crow, who is here with us today, is CalSTRS external financial statement auditor, and they're essentially engaged to perform 2 separate audits. The first one is of our basic financial statements that includes our supplementary information, and the second is the other pension information for the state teachers retirement plan. And annually, representatives of the firm meet with the committee and they review roles and responsibilities for preparing for the audits, along with the scope and deliverables for the next year. I'm pleased to announce that there has been no change in leadership for the Crow audit team for this year. So we still have their A team with us, which is great. And here today is Kevin Smith, who is a partner, as well as Jen Aris, who is a partner with Crow, and they will present their client service plan to the committee for review. So I'll turn the time over to Kevin and Jen.
Thank you, Larry. I'm assuming everyone can hear me.
We can hear you. Thank you, Kevin.
For me. It's an honor to be here with you today. I wish it was in person. The great news is it looks like in the not so distant future we will be. But we are very pleased and honored to be here today to present our client service plan and audit plan. As you can see, we're here on March 3rd, not March 4th. So I apologize for that tweak in the edit. But next slide, please. Today, really want to go over introduction or reintroduction of Jen and myself, as well as a brief intro into the client service team. The roles and responsibilities, not only of the engagement team, but of management, as well as the ARM committee. We'll briefly walk over the scope and deliverables that you've engaged us for, our approach, the timeline that we have committed to, over our overarching planning, communications, and considerations that have gone into developing the audit plan, and most importantly, answer any questions that the ARM committee might have, because I think it's important to stress that we work with management very closely throughout the engagements, but we work for the ARM committee. So any questions that you might have today or in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. Next slide, please. As Larry said with you today, we have historically always had 2 audit partners assigned to CalSTRS. Jen and myself will be repeating in the same roles in the current year, and happy to be here today. Next slide. And obviously that picture was pre-COVID. As you can see from our presentation, things look relatively smooth in the current year from an audit planning approach. But if we've learned anything over the last 2 years, it's really about volatility, both within your numbers as well as in how to execute the audit plan. So want to put all worries aside. Over the last 2 years, we've been able to conduct the audit, adhere to the timeline, 100% remote. We believe that this year we will be moving back to something much more like a traditional audit or some type of hybrid approach. But whether there's another COVID outbreak, or what we've seen over the last week or two, just really stresses how we have to stay adaptable and move forward. Next slide, please.
As I said, Jenna and myself will be repeating as the audit partners, or the two partners with overall responsibility for the engagement. I will be signing both opinions, and Jen will be supporting me in that role. We will continue to have the focus of Chris Moore, who is our lead valuation partner within the firm and has been in front of this committee before. We also have two partners with an IT focus who are repeating on the engagement, Rich Perilou, who was recently promoted to the partnership, and Sean Katzenberger, both returning. The internal control framework, particularly those embedded within the systems, are an integral part of our audit. Next slide, please. We're also really pleased, not only, as Larry said, that our leadership has stayed intact, but our daily leaders, or our managers and senior managers, are very consistent with previous year as well, particularly when we think about the great resignation that has impacted all of us. But Dan O'Malley and Ron and Cassandra will all be repeating in the same role as they were in the past year. We have one new replacement in the role, that's Hamza Quatin, but he is in replacing Tim, the on-site engagement manager, but Hamza was part of the engagement team last year. Once again, we will be supported by Gabriel Roeder-Smith, or GRS, as our valuation or our actuarial experts. And for certain investments, we will continue to utilize Harvest Investments, particularly with the level 2 investments, or the debt instruments. Next slide, please.
And Kevin, I think I'll pick up from here.
Perfect.
Yeah, great, thank you. An audit really requires the commitment and open communication among 3 parties involved in the process. And so you and your role as those charged with governance and oversight, management as those with the responsibility for the internal control framework that leads to the compilation of the financial statements. And then finally, Kevin and I and our team as your independent auditors that are engaged to perform the audit under the applicable standards. If you go to the next slide, please. Kevin mentioned scope and deliverables, and so at the conclusion of our audit this year in the fall, we anticipate issuing audit opinions on the financial statements for the state teachers retirement system and the other pension information that's included within that required supplementary information, as well as an opinion on the internal controls in place over financial reporting. So we'll meet with you again, this full committee, in November to provide our communications to those charged with governance as required by the audit standards. And if we have any significant items that come as a result of the audit process, any findings, if you will, we will also be connecting with you ahead of time and certainly working with management in the summarization of that. But more to come, and again, anticipating a smooth audit, if you will. Next slide, please. Our audit approach is really continuous in nature. And so during the planning phase, we perform quite a few inquiries. We actually kick off our first round of interviews and inquiries, if you will, with management next week. We look to corroborate and test controls and key transaction cycles, including those that are financially significant related to your technological systems. We have a whole separate IT team, as Kevin alluded to, within the engagement team member slides. And then throughout the audit process, we're going to assess risk, and we're going to look to maintain the high quality of audit standards that you've come to expect from us. The next slide. We just wanted to talk briefly about the timeline. It's very consistent with what has occurred in prior years. So our planning for this upcoming audit actually really started before the ink was dry on last year's audit opinions. It's really a continuous process as it relates particularly to the procedures that we perform over some of the contributing entities, some of the employers. And we will be really, getting into the heat of our audit plan starting next week, as I said, through the end of September, when we're in a position to issue our audit report on those financial statements. And then we'll wrap up again with you in November and start the whole cycle over again. On the next slide, we just wanted to go through some high-level planning communications and other considerations.
Just a reminder, I know many of you are familiar with the fact that an audit is performed using materiality, using both qualitative and quantitative factors. As I said, Crowe performs a risk-based audit, and we focus on significant risks of material misstatement, which are influenced by considerations such as the risk of fraud or error. The views of each of you and your role as an audit and ARM committee member, and the implementation of any new accounting standards that may be significant or applicable materially for the current year. We're actually going to discuss new accounting standards in the education session that we have with you a bit later in the agenda. But in summary, we really had not identified any significantly material items to bring to your attention for the fiscal year ended 2022. So again, we'll talk some more about that later on in the agenda. We do pay particular attention to the existence and valuation of the investments that are held by CalSTRS, and the development and the appropriateness of the actuarial assumptions that ultimately impact the calculation of the total pension liability. We do want to remind you that the new pension administration system, Benefit Connect, is not yet financially significant to the organization, and therefore it's not yet within the scope of the audit. So I know that it's something that you talk about regularly, but just to clarify that it is not something that will be audited during this fiscal year audit. And with that, I think Kevin and I are ready for any questions you may have of us.
Great. Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Kevin, for the overview presentation. Let me just turn it over to the committee members for any questions. I see, Joy, you have a question, please.
I did. Thank you, Betty. Thanks, Jen and Kevin. Good to see you. Could you just, remind us or clarify the extent to which our new building project is or is not in scope as part of the audit?
Yes, so it is definitely within scope of the audit. I will say that it's an interesting piece from Jen refers to materiality as being both quantitatively and qualitatively, assessed. From a quantitative standpoint, the new building is a relatively immaterial to the overall financial statement presentation. However, the fact that there is debt outstanding related to it, the public scrutiny of it as such, it is what we would deem to have certain qualitative aspects of materiality. So we will perform certain transactions related to it. However, from a really digging deep into those, into the transactions, that's really something that we would expect and have seen your audit services department really look at that, because ours will be, we will touch it, but not perhaps to the level that a board member would hope to, again, because of that materiality concept.
Okay, thank you. I think I just wanted to make sure that I understood how that would fall within the scope of your work. Thank you. Thanks, Betty.
Okay. Thank you, Joy. Dr. Yetman, can I get to the committee members first and then turn to you? Okay. Karen, please.
Hi. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Kevin. It's always a pleasure to hear the good news and things that you're looking for. But, the thing that I was wondering about is, since you've been with CalSTRS so many years and you've done so many audits for us, is there like I don't know, you get kind of complacent sometimes and maybe you forget some things, or are there any things that would, is there anything that would happen that you would trigger to look into something else even further? I know that's kind of a hard question to answer, but if it's kind of like furniture, it's always there and it's there and you take advantage of it. And so you don't even notice that it's there. But, as an auditor, you've seen us so many times, over the years that, we've done the same things over and over again. Do you kind of go back into those things that were good at that time to see if there's any changes in that issue?
That is such an excellent question. Yes, we do. The auditing standards would actually require us to. So each individual audit or each year's audit is very much a standalone engagement. All material transactions, must be assessed from a risk standpoint on an annual basis. And that's both from an internal control or an inherent risk, as well as a detection risk, if you will. So we start with this clean slate every year from that standpoint. Now, there is benefit in that we already understand and have expectations of what we will see versus trying to learn. But with that said, it is a clean slate every year, and have to assess risk as well as the overall accounting treatment of various transactions on an annual basis.
Kevin, if I may add to that as well, while we have a lot of consistency in team members, we also do bring in new team members that bring a fresh perspective, as well as we will rotate what some team members are looking at. Even amongst Kevin and myself, we will switch who's reviewing what, if you will, kind of simplistically, just to challenge each other and make sure that there isn't something that, needs to be addressed further. So certainly try to keep that top of mind and layer that in as part of our staffing model and assignment of responsibilities.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, for the good question. And before I turn to Dr. Yetman, who's our excuse me, our financial expert for this committee, I did want to pose a question, and maybe Dr. Yetman, you can also incorporate your thoughts on this, and that is, what would, I guess, trigger the inclusion of Benefit Connect? I mean, would it be kind of a qualitative versus more quantitative materiality consideration, and then I guess I have the same question related to at what point we would incorporate potential risks from the migration to pension solutions as well?
So another excellent question. So when we say not within scope, it is obviously something that we are paying very close attention to and actually performing certain procedures. We're kind of on a pause right now, along with a lot of other things, but we have tried to stay in lockstep because at some point it will become financially significant. Auditors are very guilty of throwing out terms that mean something to us without necessarily providing a definition of it. But when we say financially significant system, what we're saying is that the transactions that are processed through the system are financially significant to the financial statements. So obviously, when you think of Benefit Connect, contributions, distributions, et cetera, all of those are material to the financial statements. START is a financially significant system to us now. We will look at certain transactions from a payment standpoint today as to what is being capitalized. But from a testing the internal controls embedded within the system, from a processing standpoint, it won't be financially significant until it goes live and begins posting transactions that find their way to the financial statements.
I see. Okay. Terrific. I appreciate that. Dr. Yetman, please, on all of these inquiries.
You bet. Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin nailed it exactly. I just want to make sure the board understands and is comfortable with the answer, but he's exactly right. So the auditors audit the financial statements, and when those numbers when they flow through the system and start impacting the financial statements, when they start posting, that's when it will become under the scope of the audit. So really the auditor doesn't make that choice, right? That's within the organization to make the choice of when they're ready to let her roll. So, but when they do, the auditors will most certainly incorporate it. And we talk about that frequently with them. So I do have just a couple comments, and I just want to start by saying Ms. Yamamoto and I did not coordinate ahead of time, although we may sound like we did. I really want to thank Crowe for consistently bringing their top auditors to this engagement. We recognize that this is a choice on the part of Crowe, and it's a signal of their commitment to this audit. Obviously, we think this is the most important audit that we have because it's our audit, but we know that this is not your only audit. And so we are thankful that you've made that commitment. In particular, I'm very pleased to see that Kevin and Jen are continuing, and also particularly pleased to see that Chris will be back. I'm also happy to see that there is some turnover in staff. Some turnover is good, as Jen noted, because it provides a fresh perspective. And so I think it's a nice balance that we're seeing. I recognize that Crowe takes nothing for granted and treats each year of the engagement as an opportunity to show why they were the right choice to be auditors in the first place. And for that, we are thankful. But as we all know, and as Ms. Yamamoto alluded to, audits can become routine year after year after year. And when I was in the Army, I would tell soldiers under my command to stay frosty. And I didn't mean for them to literally stay cold. Rather, it was my way of telling them to remain vigilant in the face of the routine. And so with that, Mr. Smith and Ms. Aros, stay frosty. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Getman. Great message. All right, I don't see any other hands up from committee members. So at this time, let me see if, let me check in with Samantha to see if there are any members of the public who wish to address the committee on this item.
There are no members of the public in the queue.
Okay. All right, great, thank you. Let's see.
Larry wants to say something.
I'm sorry.
Larry wanted to say something.
Yes,
Yeah,
let me
if it's
come back.
okay.
Please.
Yeah, part of the role that we perform is to assist the committee. We meet with the Crow team weekly. So both Julie Underwood, our CFO, and I meet with them. We get a progress report of the audit. We are aware of what they're looking at. Of course, there's a tremendous effort and contribution by folks in the investment team and in the fiscal teams as well. And we monitor that activity. And as an auditor, Ms. Yamamoto, I notice, and I know that these folks do too, that we notice when that furniture is not in place, right? And so we're pretty observant about those things, and we make sure that they're aware of it. And they will be reaching out to all of the committee members and interviewing you of any of your thoughts and concerns. They do a very thorough risk assessment. We review that with them. We know their areas of focus in the scope of the audit, and we make sure that they're looking at those key things. And then also just wanted to let the committee know that we have started working with Crow to become familiar with the Benefit Connect system. They're aware of our planning. They're aware of our migration plans. They've already started doing some testing in that area. They're looking at security of the system so that when it does become financially significant, it's not unfamiliar to them, right? So that they are ready to hit the ground running, and while it's not an audit per se that they're doing, they have already offered some recommendations or some suggestions for consideration when we do go live. And so it's been very helpful to have them already become familiar with the system. So I just want to make sure the committee was aware that we're doing that.
Thank you, Larry. Yeah, that's very, very good to know, and really appreciate Crow engaging early on that front. And particularly impressed that you do have dedicated IT resources as well to just look at some of these unique issues as we move forward. So really appreciate that. Thank you. So let me just check back in with you, Samantha, about members of the public. Any in the queue?
There are no members of the public in the queue.
Very well. Thank you very much for the information on the service plan for our 2021-22 financial statement audit. So with that, we will move on to item number 5, and this is our 2021 Enterprise Compliance Services Plan, our final progress report, and we've got Cheryl on deck for that one. Yes?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Cheryl.
Good afternoon. I'm struggling with a little bit of the same thing with the cold, so just excuse me if I have to cough here and there. So as prescribed by the Audits and Risk Management Committee Charter, this is my periodic update to the committee on the compliance program. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, I'm going to briefly talk about the Enterprise Compliance Services and then how CalSTRS compliance program aligns with leading practices. And then the majority of my presentation is going to discuss all the great work that's been done in 2021 as it relates to compliance. Next slide, please. So Enterprise Compliance Services uses a compliance framework that is supported by leading practices, but we tailor it to fit our organization. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. This framework guides our compliance initiatives and allows us to collaborate with the various business areas to ensure we're minimizing our compliance risk. We want to protect the organization's reputation, fostering that culture of integrity as we serve our members, and also promote and communicate on compliance, as well as provide employees and the external stakeholders a safe, secure, and confidential mechanism for reporting any compliance or ethical concerns. Next slide, please. So we performed an exercise where we compared the compliance program against leading practices to see how well we aligned. The detailed results are described in the ARM agenda attachment 2. And CalSTRS has made significant progress in aligning our compliance program with the federal sentencing guidelines and the updated Department of Justice guidance. And so in this slide, I had the key elements on here from the federal sentencing guidelines. And then I'm happy to report that 4 out of those 9 elements, we're fully aligned and mature. And that's indicated in the dark blue. And then the bright blue is areas that we found that we could continue to enhance and mature our program. So many of the activities that I included in our 2022 plan are part of those 5 elements that I just in the bright blue. And I want to give just a little example. So the training and communication, we want to introduce in 2022 micro trainings throughout the organization on higher risk topics. So I feel like we've made a great start. We've trained up our compliance team. We've provided education to the board. We've also identified opportunities to take compliance elements into already existing required training. And now we just want to expand that throughout the organization and begin to drill down on some key compliance topics. Next slide. All right, so the compliance plan really sets our team's priorities. And again, it continues to align with leading practices and mature our program. So I'm really pleased with all the work that we did in 2021. And so the rest of my slides are going to be about those accomplishments, highlighting those accomplishments. Next slide. All right, so I know I've talked with everyone about the revision of the Code of Ethics and Business Conduct, and we are almost there. We're at the final stages. The goal is to publish and promote it in April. But what I kind of wanted to just revisit is that this was like a renovation, and that doesn't just happen overnight. And it required a lot of input from people. And I'm excited because from those revisions, we were able to simplify some language so it's easy to read. We're able to create that inclusive tone and add some resources to really drive home some of those important compliance topics, and then also expand on certain risk topics and add some additional ones like diversity and inclusion. So I think in the future, I don't believe that the revisions will be as extensive. It'll just continue to revise it to remain relevant and aligned with industry trends. So my next steps will be it's going to be submitted to the CEO on Monday, and then it goes back to communications just to make sure that it's accessible. And then I hope to bring it to you all in July to share, and you can see what all good work that we did on this code. Next slide. I'm also really proud of the work we did in governance. We were able to produce a few guides on compliance to create more awareness in the organization. One of them was a matrix on external compliance reporting, and that matrix lists 55 disclosures, filings, or reports that CalSTRS must make out to external agencies. So it's a great opportunity to see it holistically, and then for us to come back and make sure that we keep it up to date and that we ensure that we're meeting that compliance requirement. We also developed a table on general compliance roles and responsibilities. And this is a nice thing about that is just general roles. We talked about the Audits and Risk Management Committee. We talked about enterprise compliance services, leadership, and employees. And then we'll expand that in 2022, where we'll add on like information security, Office of Legal Ethics and Accountability, as well as investment compliance. So the great thing is we did this in 2021, but we were just recently able to publish it to the organization. Next slide, please. So a key element to any compliance program, to an effective compliance program, is compliance risk. So in 2021, we made a lot of progress to maturing that process. We were able to integrate our approach with enterprise risk management and internal audits to reduce duplication of efforts and to increase clarity and consistency over the risk landscape and terminology. In addition, we expanded our compliance risk profile, which you can see here, went from 10 principal risks to 12. And then underlying those risks, we had sub-risks, and we were able to expand that as well. And then something I'm really excited about is that in the past, when we performed a compliance risk assessment, it was more qualitative. And so last year, we were able to add the quantification of risks where we scored impact and probability. And that just allows us to have more visibility. It really allowed the higher risks to bubble up and be able to see that better. And then it allowed us to have informed decision-making so we can focus our compliance efforts on those higher risk areas. Next slide, please. We continue our efforts on policy management over operational policies and standards. So this involves my team working with various policy owners across the organization to apply a standardized and consistent approach to ensure our policies and standards are up to date and they align with existing laws and regulations. We also ensure our policies reference any applicable legal requirements. It goes through an extensive review process with all relevant stakeholders, and then it's approved by our CEO. Once it's approved, then we upload it into a central repository, so all our policies are in one location for access by staff. And then we took it one step further this year, where we made a communication on a monthly basis to the organization on any new or substantially updated policies so they stay informed. Now, this process I just described does not necessarily apply to investment policies because they have their own separate, well-established process. However, we do take those policies that are approved and we do put them in our central repository, so they're also accessible by staff. Next slide. So we did another guide that I really was excited about as well, which creates that awareness for the organization. And that's our required training matrix that CalSTRS requires of its team. And what I like about this is that it allows everyone to see the why. Why are we taking this training? And I really like putting that underlying requirement in there. And I also wanted to make a note that CalSTRS has a really robust training program. Like, we onboard our new employees in over a year. And then we also we have policies that we require some supplemental training, like risk and internal control awareness. So all of this is really reinforcing that compliant and ethical culture that we have at CalSTRS. And then with that, this data that we were able to produce, it gives visibility for the organization, but also allows ECS to check in with training owners to make sure we're getting that participation that's required for compliance. Next slide. So the next few slides are going to be on compliance and ethics hotline. And because of the confidentiality, we won't go into specifics of the report. If there was a validated substantial issue that needed to be escalated, General Counsel would bring that to the board in closed session. What we did is holistically, we took the data and we didn't focus just on the number, but how are they coming in? What are they reporting? Who's reporting? And we sliced and diced the data so we can identify opportunities to remediate and mitigate. So this slide is really showing the number of reports that came in. And in 2020, we had 18, and then you can see we had an uptick in 2021. So I wanted to just put some context around this. The reason it was probably lower in 2020 were a few reasons. We didn't launch this hotline until March for the internal stakeholders and July for external stakeholders. And then really in line with industry as well, the pandemic occurred in 2020, right? So that also lessened reporting just in general in the industry, and definitely probably with us. So I think it's important that we continue to track these numbers because it allows us to make sure that we're creating awareness for the organization and our external stakeholders. At the same time, we're still in the beginning, we don't have a full 2 years even under our belt, but as we continue to report out, you'll see we can maybe see better trends and more data to identify those trends. Next slide. So one of the reasons we established the hotline was so that we could allow reporters to remain anonymous, but also give them that option to report any time of the day. So it's available 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and they can report by phone or by web. And then of course, they have that opportunity to be anonymous. So in 2020, 39% of the reports were anonymous. And then in 2021, 62% remained anonymous. And again, that's the whole purpose of this, is to give them that option. Next slide, please. So we also analyzed who is making these reports, what's the relationship to CalSTRS. So as demonstrated on this slide, you can see that most of the reporters identified as either members or other. So the reason a reporter would choose other was either they didn't fit into the categories we provided them, or they didn't want to disclose that and they just want to keep as other. So as time goes on, as we get more data, we can take a look at that other and see, is there a category within there that we can pull out and allow for the reporter to identify? Next slide, please. So this slide is really talking about what are they reporting? What area are they reporting on? So as you can see from this table, and I really like this, as you can see, many of them are classified as other. And so what we found, we really sliced and diced this data, and we found that most reports have to do with pension irregularity or benefit concerns. Now, as these type of reports are going to go to compensation review unit, customer service, we may go to some program areas such as disability retirement or service retirement, but we found that they were not necessarily compliance and ethics. So what we did was we got together, ECS got together with benefits and services, BUDS and communications, and we developed an article that it was released actually in the Pension Sense blog in January that informed members of what their resources are. So in that article, we talked about the contact center, the member service centers, the BUDS, and then our pension, the compliance and ethics hotline. The key takeaway though from these last few slides is that, the process is working. We are getting reports from internal and external stakeholders. We take the report seriously. We perform the necessary reviews to close out those cases. And then we take it and we identify, is there any root causes that will allow us to further compliance and controls? Next slide. So as part of the reporting process, we need to manage those reports, right? So we use a case management system. We want to be fully responsive. We want to be consistent. And we want to be thorough. So ECS identified some opportunities that to provide reference guides to our case managers, those that are working these reports, so that we're all doing the same steps. And then we also then realized, and we worked with Office of Legal Ethics and Accountability to develop some closeout language. So we wanted to inform the reporters once we close a case that we have closed the case. So we closed the loop. And then lastly, we worked with BUDS to expand the use of our case management system to fit their needs. So they have their own reports, and they now can use this case management system to track all of their reports efficiently and effectively. Oh, next slide, please. So we're in the early stages of our monitoring efforts to assist the organization in remaining compliant. So we are beginning with a few business areas where we're flow charting their compliance processes, identifying the business owners to those processes, because they typically will cross business areas. And then we're taking the compliance requirements and associating the controls to mitigate, ensure that we're being compliant in an effort to identify and act on any control gaps or overlaps. So the final stage of this process, and we're not there yet, but will be to close the loop and make sure that now we have a reporting on compliance to make sure that it's being monitored. Now we can monitor it and report out on our efforts. Next slide. So one of the, well, I'm on the last slide here, but one of the last things that we worked on is third-party risk management. And so ECS, this is the first year in 2021 where we took on coordinating the receipt and review of internal control reports that are provided by third parties. So what we did was we developed some templates, we created some procedures, and we developed training for the contract managers who are responsible for receiving these reports. And we really discussed, why it's important, how you review it, and if there are issues, what do you do in those instances, how you resolve them. And then we also are participating on a cross-functional team to support the organization in continued efforts to manage those third-party risks. Next slide. Thank you. So ECS continues to mature the compliance program. We're staying abreast of compliance trends and insights, so we remain aligned because, DOJ had an update in 2020 to their guidance. So we're going to keep knowledgeable there. So if we need to change avenues, we can with these guidance. And then we're going to continue our efforts to drive consistency in compliance management across the organization. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. I guess the one word I would just extend to you is bravo. What a list of accomplishments. And you and your mighty team of how many now?
Oh, we lost a member. So now we're down to 3, but that's okay.
That's terrific. No, really, really appreciate the report. I think where I want to start, because I just think the public should also know that we recently were notified on the board by our CEO, Cassandra Licknock, about the going forward that compliance would begin reporting to our CFO, Julie Underwood, but still report to this committee. And I know this is an effort to really allow audits to have just more of a singular focus, but obviously still a relationship. But probably I don't know that we can talk about this without also acknowledging that this is Larry Jensen's last meeting, and so I think all of us, our hearts are kind of still around that news still, but I just wanted to acknowledge this new reporting structure, which isn't going to change in terms of all of the things that you've articulated and the activities going forward. And we'll definitely have some questions about what you've just reported, but I thought I'd put that on the table just so we know what the expectation is going forward. Dr. Yetman, do you want to comment at this point, and then we'll open it to questions?
Happy to, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Just very quickly. So Cheryl, really, as Controller Yee said, bravo. You've had a busy year with a small staff. You've had a lot to do. And quite frankly, I'm just really pleased at what you've done with a fledgling upstart compliance program. And you've been pretty scrappy at putting together some good people and some good projects and focusing on what to do first. And it's never easy to sort of blaze a trail like that, but I think you've done a really nice job. So my hat's off to you. And I look forward to continue to receive your reports right here in the ARM Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Yetman. Really appreciate it. I don't see any other hands up at this point, but let me just, Larry, do you want to take it from here? Because I know you've had a very big handle in being sure that we were really standing up this robust enterprise compliance program.
Well, I just, thanks Cheryl and the team. I think they've done a terrific job this last year, but because it is a small team, I think it's so successful because of the collaboration that takes place across the organization, and particularly working with our legal office, our human resources, our investments area. There's a great team, our procurement area. I'm sorry if I'm leaving anybody out, but it seems like, the fact that we're able to collaborate together and really work on it and create that culture, of ethical compliance, I think is what's really important. And it seems to be working. And so they're able to leverage that committee that they use and continue to move the work forward. And so we appreciate all of the support from across the organization, and that's what will keep us moving forward.
Terrific. Yeah, thank you, Larry. And I see our CEO, Cassandra Licknock, is here to provide some comment. Cassandra, yes.
I finally got my camera working, but this is the only background I could find, so it's a little bit different. This is the view from the design of our East Street building. Anyways, my comment is not on that, but my comment was, while in recognition, this is Larry's final ARM Committee meeting, he will be with us for a couple of more board meetings, at least the one for May, and that's when we'll celebrate him a little bit more in person and in depth, so that we can acknowledge his accomplishments and what he's provided to the organization. So I wanted to make sure everybody knew that we'll have an opportunity to wish him farewell into his retirement, other than just this virtual meeting.
Thank you, Cassandra. I thought we would do that after every agenda item. So, okay, very cool. I did have a couple questions, Cheryl, if you would. So in terms of on attachment 2, I think the 4th item, what type of micro trainings are you developing? I mean, just kind of give us a feel for.
I'm glad it's funny you asked that question. There's a lot available, and we're going to work with our training services, so I don't want to overspeak, but we have some ideas such as third-party risk, obviously, conflicts of interest, gift reporting is a good one. So anything with our higher risk areas, investments, and workplace safety with the COVID and coming back into the office.
That sounds great. All right. And I know we've been kind of a little bit teasing, but really seriously, and I agree with Dr. Yetman, just kind of the scrappy spirit with like just doing so much and putting so much in place. But do you have a sense of how many additional staff you'll need to just build out the team over the next few years?
I'm going to be working as we transition under financial services with Julie and kind of strategically looking at what we've accomplished. And I have to say, I'm like an energizer buddy sometimes, and people are like, slow down, so I think I want to just take a look back and say, what do we need? I want to say for sure at least one, but maybe two, but at least one. And I need to go back to a full team too. We're down one right now. So I want to get back to our full team, because with a full team, we were able to accomplish a lot. And again, like Larry said, it's cross-functional. We really need the support of the organization, and they've been very supportive.
That's great to hear. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't see any other hands up from members, in which case let me turn to Samantha. Any members of the public who wish to address the committee on this item?
There are no members of the public in queue.
Thank you, Samantha. All right, very well. We will take that report under submission and or accept that report. Cheryl, thank you so much for the robust update.
Thank you.
Of the final progress report. Next, we will move on to item number 6, which is the 2021 internal audit plan. And this is the final progress report on that plan. And Larry, I'll turn it to you and Roseanne.
Yeah, thank you. This is for our 2021 internal audit plan, which was by the ARM committee at the November 2020 meeting. And so today we'd like to share the results of that work that's been done. And Roseanne Oyoung and I will make that presentation today. But in spite of the challenges of working remotely, staff continues to perform internal and employer audits to assist achievement of the CalSTRS strategic goals, along with providing assurances that management is mitigating and managing risk to an acceptable level within the organization. And that, and also working with the member employers to ensure that the member payroll reporting adheres to the pension plan requirements. And this last year, 2 of our senior managers for the employer audit team retired, both Kathy Fundus, who was a senior management auditor, and Mr. Mike Patel, who was the supervising management auditor that was over the employer audit program. His last day was, I think, October 31st, or perhaps November 1st. But Mike provided outstanding leadership, over the CalSTRS employer audit program since 2013. And under his leadership, the employer audit program has grown from issuing 15 reports to over 100 reports annually. And most of today's report was under Mike's leadership. And so I just want to acknowledge that. And Mike's a terrific leader. And so we do miss him, but the team is mighty and they continue to move forward. And so we'll present the results of it, do the best that I can for Mike today here. So next slide, please. So for 2021, in the staff completed 108 total audits. Our goal was 106 for this year. We were able to meet or exceed that goal slightly. Of the 108 audits, 15 were what we call full scope audits and 93 were limited scope audits. That's actually a 46% increase over last year's 74 audits that were performed. And 45,000 members were really, which is about 10% of our active workforce there, work for the employers that were audited. And so that's been generally about the trend that we're seeing. We're touching upon about 10% of our membership annually. And the focused audits really, those limited scope audits really help us focus in on areas that based on data analytics that we feel are maybe of concern. And it's really limited to a time period and a specific time period and a specific set of transactions that seem to be an anomaly in the data reporting. And so we're able to address that quickly and seek resolution of any problems right away. And so that seems to be working real successfully for us. Next slide, please. For the 15 full scope audits that we did, about 67, there's a total of about 67 findings that included misreported compensation, post-retirement earnings, and unused sick leave findings. And for the 93 limited scope audits, we really focused on creditable compensation, remuneration in addition to salary or special compensation, unused sick leave, and post-retirement earnings. And you can see based on the trend in this chart that we had an increase in the number of findings, but also specifically around those earnings type of issues. That's because of the data analytics that I mentioned, that we select employers with a greater likelihood of misreporting. We're able to really focus in on those specific set of transactions. And so for those 93 limited scope audits, we had 165 findings. And of those, 160 of them actually related to creditable compensation or special compensation. And so the trend has been consistent over the years of the type of common audit findings, but I think we see the significant increase this year because of particular interest to us in our data analytics. That's really where we focused on. So next slide as well, please. Of those 108 employer audits that were performed, there was 13 districts, community college districts or charter schools that had no findings. And so I wanted to just take a minute and recognize, the efforts that they did. This is where, if we see an anomaly in the data, we don't really quite understand the transaction until we're able to connect with the district and verify the information that was reported, that it matches the employer records. And so when we did so, we found that about 10% here of the districts had no findings. And so along with those, though, we did find that within the K-12, there was a number of findings cited. There's I think that, as I indicated in the previous slide here, that we're able to focus in on those areas, but congratulations to these districts that had no findings. Next slide, please. Of the 108 audits that were performed, 83 of those had systemic findings, which is approximately 77% of the audits there. And of those 83 employers that were audited, 42 of them provided corrections, if you will, or a list of members that were impacted by the findings. And of those, we were able to make the corrections. We found that approximately, I think there was 482, I think, members actually that were selected, 272 from those that were already corrected. But it looks like about 4,500 records approximately in which corrections were made. And this employer services continues to work with the employers to those that are still outstanding findings to resolve those and get the reports in. The 83 employers that had the systemic findings, they're included in attachment 1, pages 10 through 14. And you can see that of these systemic findings, the primary focus is really correcting active member records. And so for the findings that were reported this last year, 88% or approximately 530 of these were active members, and only 12%, 74 retired members were impacted. So you can see from the total numbers there that primarily we're trying to correct those active members to prevent any problems that might occur when the member does retire, and also minimize any changes that might occur after retirement. That continues to be our emphasis, and we're focused on trying to make sure that when the member gets their estimate, that it's accurate, and that when they receive their benefit, that it's accurate, and any adjustments subsequently are minimized. Next slide, please. So for that fiscal year, there was 232 new audit findings that were issued in the 108 reports. Management was able to work with, and the program area was able to work with the employers and resolve 256 findings. That's from both previous and current years that were fully resolved and corrected. And you can see there's about 108 unresolved findings which remain in progress. 21 of those findings are from prior years and 87 from the current year. And overall, there was 232 findings, which is a 45% increase from last year's 160 findings that we had. Employer services continues to work closely with the audited employers to correct any reporting for the remaining findings. And then audit services actually goes in and validates that those corrections were input into the system. And we really appreciate the cooperation of the employers in working on this. We know that it requires a lot of effort and a lot of collaboration. And so, but I think that this demonstrates that good progress is being made, as far as resolving the audit findings and correcting the records on a proactive basis. From the internal audit that were performed, Roseanne Oyoung, who's our most senior auditor over the internal audit team, will present the results of that today for us as well.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry, and good afternoon, members of the ARM Committee. I'm pleased to provide a report on the internal audit results for the 2021 audit plan. On the table is a list of internal and contracted audits that were completed in the last year from the 2021 audit plan and 4 from the 2020 audit plan. Internal audit staff completed the 10 audits in the left column and facilitated 8 contracted audits in the right column. As a result, 35 findings were identified to improve governance, risk mitigation, and compliance, and to shore up process improvements, oversight and monitoring, and internal controls. I'd like to acknowledge the internal audit team for this accomplishment. Next, I'd like to highlight the results from a few of our audits completed since the last ARM Committee meeting. For the audit of production data and application deployment access, although CalSTRS has a separation of duties policy, internal audits identified an opportunity to implement a separation of duties between staff who develop and staff who release projects into production. Also, other opportunities were identified to monitor code change activity and enhance procedures for content changes. For the compliance audit of the contract between CalSTRS and Genesis, our vendor that provides call center services, internal audits identified 7 key contract provisions that the vendor should be fully complying with as outlined in attachment 2 on pages 5 through 8. Management will work with the vendor to ensure consistent compliance to contract terms. Another audit I'd like to highlight is the audit of account management and performance reporting, which was an assessment of our investments master custodian, State Street, and their key processes for the CalSTRS account.
Yep, before you actually take a little deeper dive on that, I'd like to just set a little context, if I can, for this.
Sure.
You know, we have a really strong relationship with State Street, and they serve as our master custodian, and they process for us, you know, thousands of transactions that are automated and have a custodial network, a global custodial network that maintains custody of our assets and provides excellent accounting records for us. And most of these automated processes we found during the course of this audit are working as intended. So when we talk about this audit here with regards to performance reporting, you know, we did find some things that were outside of the normal routine automated types of processes that we felt could shore up some of the internal controls and be helpful in administering the contract with State Street. And so of these findings here, when Roseanne outlines those for you here in a second, I just want to make sure that we're clear that, you know, the findings did not impact any of our valuations of assets. It did not impact our performance reporting whatsoever. It did not impact any of our management performance, you know, for our directors over the various asset classes. Again, these are our internal controls around manual processes to help us improve operations. And so, Roseanne, if you could kind of just run through a couple of those, because I think they are key. And what's really, I think, important here is that State Street took immediate action on a couple of them that we feel would be very helpful. And so turn it back over to Roseanne.
Thanks, Larry. So this audit was performed by Grant Thornton, and some of the findings that we noted were a system limitation that does not seek approval for prior period accounting changes that have been closed. We also an incident where specific trades on a CalSTRS report did not appear on a daily State Street report. And then in addition, there were incident memos that did not contain relevant information such as responsible owner or due date, and the absence of a centralized process to monitor and report on the remediation status of those memos. And as Larry said, these issues are administrative in nature, and it's important to point out that no impacts were noted to performance reporting. And State Street did take immediate action to remediate the more significant issues. The full summaries of these audits are in attachment 2, pages 2 through 20. Next slide, please. This shows the alignment of the 2021 audit plan audits with the strategic plan goals. As you can see, internal audits has audits that correlate to each of the strategic plan goals. Any type of changes to achieve the goals, whether it's implementing new technology, processes, or organizational changes to achieve the goals, presents risk to the organization. The audits provide assurance that the proper controls are in place to mitigate the risks associated with the changes, ensuring achievement of the strategic goals. Next slide, please. I'm excited to share this graphic as it shows the enterprise risks and the internal audits performed related to those risks from 2018 to 2021, demonstrating how audits ensures enterprise risks are managed and mitigated. So on the top, for the pension funding investments risk, internal audits has a cyclical schedule whereby an asset class or strategy is reviewed every 3 to 4 years. For the other two pension funding risks, an actuarial firm performs an audit every 5 years that includes actual funding and the contribution rate. The results are reported to the board and monitored. For the pension administration risk, there have been a variety of audits performed across the last 4 years that map to this risk, from unresolved payments to employer training to community property. And for the financial reporting risk, the annual financial statement audit is completed. Next slide, please. Continuing on to the remaining enterprise risk categories, on the top, there is the information security assessment performed every year. Next, for the operational risk, there are many audits related to this risk, including headquarter expansion and IT service management to the field offices or member service centers. For the reputational risk, there is the annual audit of the GRI sustainability report. And for the transformational change risk, there were audits related to the pension solution project, in addition to the annual work performed by Crow, as Larry previously mentioned. Lastly, for the third-party risk, compliance audits have been performed of third parties that provide critical services to CalSTRS. Next slide, please. This graph demonstrates that in the last 3 years, management resolved almost 50% of outstanding findings. It also shows an uptick in responsiveness to closing outstanding findings. As of January 2022, internal audit validated that management resolved 12 of 20 or 60% of outstanding findings as seen in the figure in agenda item 6, page 6. A full listing of findings can be found in attachment 2, pages 22 through 27. In closing, internal audits is now focused on 3 audits from the 2022 audit plan. The death and survivor benefits audit, the transfer employee access audit, and an audit of mail and receiving. Internal audits also facilitating 2 contracted audits from the 2021 audit plan. One, an investment audits of investments, operations, compliance, and accounting, and an information technology audit of application incident management. These audits will be performed by the external firms of Grant Thornton and Weaver, respectively. We anticipate reporting the results of these audits at the July ARM committee meeting. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Roseanne. Thank you, Larry, for the report. Let me just turn to Dr. Yetman for comments first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Larry and Roseanne. Thank you for those reports. Just a couple comments on some of the internal audits. So as everyone knows, these audits are done. Inevitably, some findings are found because we're auditors and we're really good at finding things. It's our job. And one of my roles is to provide some perspective on these results for the committee. And so I wanted to do that with respect to 2 audits in particular. The first is the headquarters building. As your lead auditor noted at the beginning, from a financial perspective, it's fairly immaterial in terms of dollar amounts invested, but it is, of course, a quite visible project, literally quite visible. It's you can see it as you drive by it. And so I think it's good that it gets some audit attention from internal audits. For example, as board member Higa asked, is this in scope for the external audit? And it is, although it's small in dollar amount. So internal audit is really where you're going to get an audit that's focused right on this headquarters project. And the one that was done sounds pretty simple, but it's not. It looks at things called change orders. And for anyone who's done a house remodel, you know that the change orders, that's where things really can go wrong. That's where things can spiral out of control because they're unexpected, right? If it's a change, that means it wasn't in the original budget and it was not expected. So this is the place where things would start showing up if there were systematic problems with respect to the original budget or systematic problems with the building as it goes along. And so I think you can read the results here at the bottom, page 4 and item 6, and it says, no audit findings were noted during the course of this audit. No is a really small number. And so I want to thank Grant Thornton for the audit. And I'd like to thank those involved with the headquarters expansion project for doing a really nice job with managing these change orders. It means you laid out a good budget and it means that things are cruising along well. This isn't the only audit that will be done on the building, but so far, so good. So thank you. Second would be, as Mr. Jensen pointed out, the audit of your master custodian. This is a big deal. And when Mr. Jensen said they process thousands of applications, I don't think he meant per year. I think he meant per day. And so this really was an important audit. And of course, as we go through it, you can see pages of findings, right? You can read them just like me. And I did read them. I read them a few times because I wanted to understand exactly what their nature was. And I can tell you quite confidently that I rarely, as you know, I'm a college professor, I rarely have a student that gets 100%. That's really not what you're looking for here. What you're looking for is an overall quality job done by your master custodian. And this audit clearly suggests that that is the case. So for some perspective, I think if you had to give them a letter grade, I think they're getting an A with respect to the items that were under audit. And so I want to thank State Street for being such a capable master custodian, and to thank Grant Thornton for their audit. And Roseanne, thank you for stepping in, and I'll miss Mike as well. Larry, thank you for mentioning him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Yetman, very much. Thank you for setting that context with respect to the examination of State Street as our master custodian. I don't see any other committee members' hands up. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I do see it now. Thank you. I see Ms. Whitaker has joined us, so let me call on her, followed by Ms. Higa.
Thank you. Thank you for this in-depth report of all the audits that were completed. I do have just a couple questions on that you showed about the internal audits versus the contracted audits. Am I breaking up? I'm showing
yes, oh, just cut out a little bit.
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like a commercial. Sorry. My internet just said it was unstable for a second. On page 6, well, no, say page 5 of item 6, it has a little chart at the bottom that talks about the internal audits versus the contracted audits. I wasn't clear, are the internal audits conducted by CalSTRS staff or are those contracted? Because I thought you said Grant Thornton.
Yeah, thank you. Good question there. So
okay.
Those that are listed under the left-hand side for internal audits, those are conducted by our internal staff. And those that are on the right are contracted audits conducted by various accounting firms. I'd just like to make sure there's some clarity around the headquarters expansion on that. That was an internal audit that was conducted by our staff. They did a really great job, and got some consultation on moving forward with that. And so, but primarily conducted by our internal staff.
Okay, because I thought I heard you say Grant Thornton, so that's why I was confused.
That was me.
Somebody did. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Grant did the State Street
audit.
Oh, okay, got it. So can I just ask kind of a logistical question for internal auditors? Have they been going out to the field? Actually, would be the building, but have all the internal auditors been working 100% remote?
Yes, they have.
They have, and will they continue as we move out of the pandemic?
Yeah, it'll vary as we move into our hybrid environment. Sometimes it will be, there will have folks in the office 2 to 3 days per week.
Okay.
So all of them will be there at least 2 days per week. But
okay.
During this particular audit, we were able to communicate with the engineers and those folks that were over the project, and we ensured that with the change orders that both the architects, the engineers, the designers, everybody was involved with the change order process and approved it, that the pricing was correct, and also that it was within budget and properly accounted for within our accounting records. And those accounting records for the current year are within scope of the financial statement audit.
Okay, thank you. That's great to hear. One question though, and I just struggle for internal auditors in general, working 100% remotely. How do you do observation? Because one of the biggest things about auditing is observing, seeing with your own eyes, hearing things, and a lot of time when you're out in the actual field, so wherever that is, whether it's an internal auditor at headquarters or at a school district, you pick up things just by being present. And so I worry, not just with CalSTRS, but internal auditors in general, that if they're remote, they're missing that big piece of observation. And so I'm just curious how CalSTRS has been handling that, because I think it's a key area that is missing in internal auditors and internal audits when you're so far removed and you're at home auditing from your bedroom. Like, I don't know how you guys have been handling that.
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct that is key, to be able to observe and participate in that. Thankfully we have new tools that have helped us. I'm going to actually let Roseanne kind of
okay
to that, because she does this, her and her team on the day-to-day and their experience, because it is a challenge. And the main thing is we try to connect with those people who are actually conducting the work, and then we have tools. But I'll let Roseanne kind of explain that a little further.
And sorry, Madam Chair, if I'm asking too many questions. That's my final question.
No, never too many questions, and that is really the purpose of this committee. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I really thank you. I really appreciate your thoughtful question. And so at times we will do what we call sharing the screen. And so that is one of the ways that we are doing that. And then if necessary, if there is something that we would like to observe, we will come to headquarters if it is something that is observable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we try to do that if we can, and by remotely with the tools, and then but there's still that participation in the meeting.
Yep.
There's still those conversations that occur, that you have to really kind of, we're at a point now where we've got to schedule our informal conversations, right? And so it's kind of the information does not flow as easily sometimes, but it's a little harder to gather, but we still do our best to try to do so. But we will have internal audit staff on site every day, as we move into this hybrid environment, and it'll be a rotation of staff.
Okay. I would encourage that, because I think that is one thing that I feel a little bit uneasy about, and just the general internal audit world. I've been in some big audits. You might recall the DMV audit, the Board of Equalization audit, and some of the key information that we received during those audits was because we're on site and we developed a relationship. And I get that that's an external audit, but that level of trust, that just observation and that doesn't sound right or that doesn't look right, is lost, I feel like, behind a computer screen, where and I will say too, for my own experience in our own department, that we have recognized recently that there was an instance where we went over the controls in this type of environment, and then when we went out to the field, they were slightly different than what we were told. And if we hadn't done that extra step, we may have just overlook that. So anyway, thank you so much for your responses. And I appreciate the fact that they're going to come back to the office at least a little bit, because I think it's very important. Thank you, Madam Chair. You're on mute.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the really insightful questions and always in order in this committee. So thank you. Let me turn it over to Joy.
Great, thank you, Controller. And yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Those were, the questions were great, and just kind of hearing the dialogue and how we're thinking about it was, I found it really interesting and educational to think about. You know, I was taking a look at the report, and one of the, I believe, internal audits that we did was an audit of our SIS program, the Sustainable Investment and Stewardship Strategies program. And there were some findings related to accountability for our external managers, either in terms of reports or documentation of the work that they do, or around making sure that they are you know, reviewing risk categories, our ESG risk categories. And I think my question is maybe, you know, I see that there were or are actions that are being taken to address those risks, but I also wondered if, when these types of findings happen within a business area like the investments branch, you know, are there efforts to also look at whether that risk, whether it's something that should be addressed or corrected outside of that particular asset class? You know, if those types of documentation or reporting or evaluation issues may exist elsewhere, and you know, if they should be corrected in other or addressed in other areas in addition to the particular asset class that was reviewed.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good thought there. And before Chris has an opportunity to, looks like you might want to respond there. You know, this is a new portfolio for us, right? And so much of what we applied to this are standard areas that we would also look at in other portfolios with regards to monitoring and oversight of external managers, with regards to reconciliation of the performance reports that are provided to CalSTRS, also oversight of the portfolio and the type of holdings that the managers have in their portfolio, that it's consistent with what we've contracted with them for. And so these are steps, Joy, that we would do in every single asset, right? I think what we're seeing here is, because it's new and some of these contracts and assets being transferred in, you know, there were some opportunities that we highlighted here to, particularly on a go-forward basis, to strengthen the contracts, also strengthen some oversight of the reporting that's occurring. And I think that, you know, so your thought of, you know, does this extend to other assets? Yes, the risk extends to other assets, and we do include that within the scope of those audits. And so I want to assure you of that. So with that, perhaps Chris, if you wanted to add anything else.
Only thing I would add, Larry, is just Joy, we do share the findings across all the asset classes. Shafat and her compliance team are the lead interactions on all audits. So anything that we find, we share across all the division.
Okay, great. Yeah, I suspected you would, but I, you know, to the point that you're both making, I think when a risk is identified, just taking advantage of using that as a tool to look at other opportunities for corrective action or, you know, remediation makes sense. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you for the great question. All right, Dr. Yatman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, Member Whitaker, it sounds like you have some prior knowledge of auditing, so thank you for your question. You know, this concerns me as well, but from my perspective, what I'm hoping, because audits are, they're a hands-on experience, right? And as you noted, there's a lot of relationship. It's about relationships. And fortunately for CalSTRS, there's been fairly consistent staffing in terms of the internal auditors and those in charge of the sections that they're auditing within the organization. So those relationships were already in place before even COVID came along. And so those relationships were there and they remain there. Now, of course, over time, if we continue to audit from distance and only from distance over time, those relationships start to fall away. or they start to lose their memory, right? Am I making sense? And so I agree with you that this is absolutely something to keep our eye on. And as you heard the chief auditor say, there are plans to start bringing back the internal auditors for some, Matt, I think it's a couple days a week. Correct me if I'm wrong, Larry. But and the external auditors face this too, so it's not just that. And I know they're looking forward to getting back to within the organization to sustain those relationships that have been built in the past. But we need to get. I know we're all hoping that there are many aspects of COVID are temporary. And from my perspective, this is one I really hope is really temporary, which is getting the auditors back in, boots on the ground is how I used to say it, boots on the ground. So thank you for bringing that up.
Right, and our focus isn't necessarily the number of days by any means. We'll be in the office when we can conduct those face-to-face interviews, where we can have those conversations, where we can do observations in person and have those interactions. And so regardless of what days those fall on, it's the key parts of those audits where we have that, cooperation and working directly with the individuals responsible for the processes that we're evaluating.
Yes, and one other thing I think that I feel is missing is just the chat in the elevator, the chat in the lunchroom. Like sometimes those discussions may trigger something that they don't even know they triggered, and you don't have that right now, right? You have to make a conscious effort to connect with people in this video stage. And so I think even coming back a couple days a week, you then start to regain that, and you hear those things that will make you think about something that maybe that person telling you didn't even think twice about it.
All those intangibles. Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Laurie, that raises a question. During this period over the last 2 years, have you had to onboard new auditors? And how
we have? Yeah. We have actually, and it's a challenge. We've had some turnover in the internal audit team. We've had a couple of our folks, I think 3 from our department actually leave and go to the PUC, which is has been recruiting actively from us, it seems like, and so it's been a challenge for onboarding. We have been able to fill the positions with some really highly experienced, great, internal auditors in our staff there. Our team is real productive, and they're able to hit the ground running, and some of them that already have former pension experience as well. And so we're able to continue to move forward with the audits and provide the onboarding, but we have had some turnover, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I think we're all looking forward to that time when we definitely can have more face-to-face interaction. Thank you, Larry. I don't see other hands up on the part of members of the committee. Let me turn it over to Samantha to see if there are any members of the public who wish to address the committee on this item.
There are no members of the public in queue.
Thank you, Samantha. Very well. Thank you so much for the report, Larry and Roseanne. We will accept that report and now move on to item number 7, which is the fiscal year 2022-23 meeting work plan. And let me go ahead and turn that over to you, Larry.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I know it seems like a little bit early for us to be thinking so far in advance, but I think the planning is important and that we have this set. Our next ARM committee meeting isn't scheduled until July of next year. And so we wanted to make sure that the committee had an opportunity to review this proposed plan before then, when it's approved at the board meeting, either at the June or July meeting, whichever that will be. But we prepared this annual work plan to help the committee fulfill its responsibilities for establishment and oversight of CalSTRS governance and risk management practices, as well as system of internal controls, compliance, and financial reporting. And similar to last year, we have 3 meetings proposed for this next year. July, of course, that is our internal audit and compliance plan progress reports. November, which is really our big meeting, that's as indicated earlier in the presentation, that's when we review the audit of CalSTRS basic financial statements, as well as the associated reports, the opinions, the governance reports, required communications to those charged with governance, as well as the new calendar year plans for internal and employer audits based on the annual risk assessments, and the new calendar year plan for enterprise compliance services as well. The enterprise risk management program also provides ad hoc reporting to the committee for development of the risk management framework or risk policies. And actually during our briefing, you can see that in March of 2023, there's a committee education item on there. There was a suggestion in our briefing to consider a presentation on the CalSTRS risk management framework, including integration with compliance that we heard about earlier, and other assurance providers as well. And so this is a proposed plan. It's draft. If the committee has any input on that, please provide your insights. That would be wonderful. If you have any items that you'd like us to add to the work plan, we're happy to do that. And again, this will be for approval at the board meeting, either at the June or July meeting. So with that, just seek any input that you might have.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Larry. Let me turn to Dr. Yetman. Any comments on this item?
So that education item, Larry, I think that's a great idea, because showing how so compliance, as we heard going forward, it will report underneath the CFO, but yet the reports, the continuous compliance reports, as you can see, will be given to this committee. So I think it'll be a really good idea. And one of the reasons it was placed up underneath the CFO, and a very sensible reason, is that that's sort of where enterprise risk is, right? And so there's many synergies that can come from having those underneath the same place. But one thing I think that it would be good for the committee to understand is, what are those synergies exactly? How does enterprise risk interact with compliance? That's often a gray area. And I think that's, well, you already said it, and I couldn't agree more. I think that would be a great opportunity. March seems as good as anything. There's room in July for something, but March, it seems as good as anything else.
Yeah, typically we'd also do like a charter review of the ARM committee, but that would normally be on the schedule for this next year. However, with the changes that are occurring, we felt that would be better to defer for 1 year so that the compliance program can settle in, the new chief auditor can settle in, and then we'll look at any potential revisions also based on changes in accounting standards that we're going to talk about here in a minute. Right. Might impact the charter.
Absolutely.
I do have that in file, so to remember to put that on our plan for the subsequent year.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Questions from the members? Don't see any hands up. Okay. First, let me just say I appreciate the proposed work plan before us, and also the incorporation of the committee education item in March. I think that's a good use of the committee's time, and always an opportunity just to capture any changes, whether it's in standards or other elements that are going to affect how we look at the work in this arena. As you say, the heavy meeting is always in November. And so, but I just want to thank you, Larry, and the team, and certainly to our consultants, Crow, because, as ambitious as this agenda is, just the engagement ongoing throughout this process over the course of the year is really important. And so it's not as if we kind of just save all this up until November, but that we are really getting a good sense of the progress that's being made in the interim. So very much appreciate that. I don't see any hands up. Samantha, any members of the public who wish to address the committee on this item?
There are no members of the public in queue.
All right, very well. We will accept that report. Thank you very much, Larry. Next, we move on to item number 8, and this is our committee education item. And we're going to turn it over to the Crow team to provide us with an overview of some of the new audit standards and reporting requirements. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Larry challenged us to come up with an exciting title to grab y'all's attention, and you guys hired accountants. So we came up with new audit and accounting standards. But with that said, what has struck me over the last hour to hour and a half is a lot of the discussion points, as well as a lot of the questions from the committee members, are really going to be addressed here. So to the extent that you guys want to ask questions during, please feel free to interrupt. We also have time at the end. But I think a lot of things will kind of become clear, and it'll also kind of show how we do stay frosty, to take Dr. Yetman's words. Next slide, please. Really, we're going to try to break it down into 4 areas. And one, very timely, although does not impact the current year, the new updated independent standards, but we're going to revisit. We throw independent around a lot. We're the external audit, we're the independent audit. We're really going to try to define what that means and who's responsible for maintaining that independence and what are some of the threats to that. Then we'll go into some of the newly effective auditing standards and what impact it has both on our engagement team as well as the ARM committee. We'll briefly talk about some new effective accounting standards, as well as some of the items that are on the GASB's current research agenda, and then kind of some open discussion over the future of auditing, both how does that impact Crow, as well as how does that impact CalSTRS. Again, this is designed to be educational, and Q&A is probably the most important aspect of any effective learning, so I encourage any questions. Next slide, please. We toss around independence a lot, and it's the bedrock, and it's the foundation of everything that a public accounting firm does. As your external audit, we have to be independent of our clients so that people can understand and rely upon the opinion. Independence is defined in our Code of Professional Conduct. As you can see, it's section 1 because it is the most important thing. But a member in public practice shall be independent in the performance of professional services, which includes audit, as required by standards promulgated by bodies designated by the council. So when we think about independence, we think about the AICPA, and we also think about the Yellow Book, or the government auditing standards promulgated by the GAO. There are a variety of independence interpretations. We'll speak to one later that we must follow that addresses particular relationships, circumstances. This can involve what we can, as a member of a firm, what I can invest in, who I can hire, a variety of things that really can impact our independence. And ultimately, where we're trying to get to is that a reasonable, informed third party who is aware of all of the relevant information would conclude that we are independent. So that is the ultimate goal in trying to maintain independence. My auditing professor 30 years ago would have thrown out the words both fact and appearance. You have to be independent both in both of those areas to be considered that. Next slide, please. Really, when we think about independence, there are 7 broad categories that could impact or threaten independence. Adverse interest. I'm invested in a company that would do better if this company were to do bad. Advocacy. When I kind of take a step into advocating for my client, trying to seek the best answer from their financial statement perspective, looking for ways that they can present a better financial condition, if you will. Familiarity. This was one of the questions that audit committee members basically asked today when they said, you guys have been here a long time. How often do you look at where the furniture is placed? Do you just accept that the furniture is there, really? So that is one that, as a professional, we recognize that is a risk, and we have to develop safeguards to those threats. Management participation. This is where I prepare your financial statements, or I book your entries, or I do a variety of things that really put me into the shoes of management. I can guarantee if you put me into the shoes of management and then ask me to audit management, I will never have any findings because it was in fact me. And self-review. Again, if you engaged us to do other really important things within your financial or your internal control structure, again, when I self-review that, I'm not going to have any issues. and undue influence both ways, just which side can have undue influence on the external auditor or on management. Really, there's three broad categories of how to safeguard against these threats. Those created by the profession, the section that we just talked about that I have to adhere to in order to maintain my certificate, legislation or regulation, and then those controls that are put in place by either the client or by the firm. We attend annual training. We sign each year that we are in fact independent. So similar to your Form 600, we go through a very robust process to identify any threats that would cause independence with our clients. As well as this robust discussion that we're having today, those are the types of things that are implemented by the client to make sure that we are independent and to, again, both from a fact and appearance. As an example, there are items that we could do for CalSTRS outside of the audit that would not impair independence. Management believes that their relationship, as well as this ARM committee, believes that the auditor should audit and not do other services. And we happen to agree with that because it, again, whether in fact it impairs independence, from an appearance it could. Next slide. We do have a new interpretation that will be effective for CalSTRS fiscal year 23. So several years ago, the AICPA adopted another interpretation of independence and really kind of created this concept of an affiliate entity. That could be both upstream, downstream, sister affiliates, or invested affiliates. And at that time, the AICPA basically just said, okay, we've issued this, but governments are different. So therefore, you guys don't have to follow this. Makes some sense. We don't have profit motives. Our financial statements are issued for a variety of different reasons, but they ultimately circled back to it and said, okay, it is different, but there are still aspects out there that can be important from understanding independence. So they have issued guidance that really expands the scope of our independence requirements. And for CalSTRS, it really is going to focus upon some investments that may be deemed to be affiliates. And this is going to provide, one, some back office information that we will have to look at that we haven't in the past, and request information from the client on a quarterly, monthly, annual basis, et cetera. But it's really designed to go through the flow chart to the right, and I won't spend a significant amount of time there, but it's really saying if there are material affiliates, how do we maintain our independence at that level as well? It requires a review of current investments, and it's ongoing. So it's not something that we assert to you at the time we issue our proposal to be engaged, that we are independent of all of your affiliates. This is an ongoing, a best effort required on an annual basis to ensure that that independence is maintained. Next slide, please. Again, fact and appearance, and who's responsible for it. It's really a two-way street. It goes both ways. It's widely interpreted in case law that those charged with governance, or this ARM committee, is one of the people who are most responsible for maintaining independence, particularly as it relates to appearance. From a factual standpoint, both management and the auditors are very much responsible, but from an appearance standpoint, and again, part of that is designed through your charter as well. We have direct access to the ARM versus feeding information to you through the management. So this is an area where you guys have addressed this fact, but it is one of the responsibilities. From a factual standpoint, we're really responsible, but in the reality, both sides have to have these type of communications to ensure that it occurs. From a materiality, considerations are rampant. We talk about materiality both quantitatively, qualitatively, et cetera. Pick a number. Earlier I mentioned that the building qualitatively was not material to the financial statements. If you guys happen to engage us for a project that was for the same amount as the building, or I had an investment in one of your affiliated entities of that amount, that would clearly be material. So materiality is not a one number we assess materiality for CalSTRS and it's this, and suddenly independence would not be impaired unless it's greater than that. All independence is kind of its own concept from a materiality standpoint, and it is a much lower number than what we would say is material to the financial statements. Best practices, again, many of these you do already. Consultation, having Dr. Yetman, having him here for this presentation to pepper me with questions at the conclusion of it, all a critical aspect and we consider to be a best practice. And at the conclusion of this, and as we move in towards implementing the new affiliate standards, determining whether anything needs to happen in the charter. We haven't identified that, but I can also say we haven't gone through a fine-tooth comb identifying those items. But again, more to come from an affiliate standpoint. But again, the other thing I want to share, and we spend an inordinate amount of time from a training perspective, from an assertion, as well as policy. You know, I was taught early on in my career by somebody who had, I thought, a lot of gray hair, but probably I have more now. But his comment was, if you are relying on good people to do the right thing, then you don't have internal controls. So all of those risks that we talked about up front, whether it be familiarity, etc., Crowe has policies, procedures, and internal controls to assure that we adhere to that independence. The familiarity, yes, I come back and forth to your building quite often. We have a second partner or a partner who is not involved in the engagement who reviews financial statements as well as significant work papers embedded within our audit file on an annual basis that is not affiliated with this entity and is outside of kind of the hierarchy that I may or may not have control of. So again, independence is the bedrock of what we do, and we have several controls in place to ensure that, as Dr. Yetman would say, we stay frosty. It is what we do. Next slide, please. Jen, I'm going to let you take over for a sec.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin. You know, we've had a few quiet years as it related to audit and really accounting standards, but there are 3 new audit standards that we wanted to address with you today that are newly effective for the current audit cycle and don't just have an impact on us as the independent auditor, but you will also see the impact of some of this adoption as well. So wanted to make sure that you are aware as you in your role with as those charged with governance, and also for management, they'll see a few changes in our requests and the way that some of the information comes through. These were actually issued as a suite of standards, so there's going to be some overlap in some of the things that I discussed, but nice that they were all issued and effective at the same time. The first to highlight for you here is the Statement of Auditing Standards, or SAS 134, and there are really 3 key areas for this particular standard. The first relates to the independent auditor's report. It's what we add to your financial statement process and that first page that you look at when you open up the document. Really, there's no substantive change here. What is going to happen is there's going to be a kind of a reorganization of the way that the information is presented within that audit opinion. And there's a bit of, I'll say, enhancement. There's no change in the level of assurance that we provide on those financial statements as your auditor. So if you look at the types of things that we have listed here on the slide, you see the use of the word reorganized, added is there, or revised, expanded, emphasized. And so really just meant to bring more clarity to the roles and responsibilities of the auditor and management in the process of accumulating the financials and providing that audit opinion, and really making it much, hopefully more clear for the reader, the process that we go through as an auditor and the level of assurance that we are providing. So lots of changes in words, no big change in process. If you can go to the next slide, please. The second part of SAS 134 has to do with communication with those charged with governance, or part of our discussion here today. And again, this is really meant to bring some consistency and clarity and really specificity to the types of things that auditors are required to speak to those charged with governance about as part of the planning and the audit results communication. So you can see here that part of the communication should include an overview of the planned scope and timing of the audit, including communicating about significant risks that the auditor has identified. We also, as independent auditors, need to make sure that we are communicating circumstances that could affect the form and content of our report. So if you recall back to November, we issued unmodified reports for the financial statements. And so should we have an instance where we are qualifying our report, restricting our report, disclaiming on an opinion, we would need to bring clarity to you as to what it was that had created those circumstances. And then a few other matters to report, including how the auditor plans to address risk of material misstatement, if we're bringing any sort of specialized skills or knowledge to the table, and then any other implications to the financial statements as it relates to new accounting standards. If you go to the next slide, please. The final area here that we wanted to highlight for you as it relates to SAS 134 really ties into the previous slide, but the idea here is key audit matters. And so this is really the AICPA's effort to align a bit more closely to PCAOB standards for SEC registered companies, where there's a reporting requirement for something called critical audit matters, or CAMs, CAMs. And so the idea here is, if you reflect on the items that are identified here, higher risks of material misstatement, significant risks, areas of auditor's judgment, events and transactions that may be significant. Really the idea is making sure that there's a lot of discussion and transparency with those charged with governance about areas that we see as the auditor and where we're applying, specific procedures. So if you reflect on the items that are listed here and on the previous slide, and then think back to our client service plan that we talked about a little bit ago, and even think back to November when we came to you with the results of last year's audit, hopefully you see that a lot of these items are things that we are already communicating to you already. Crow just thinks that it's standard practice that we should be talking about these things. And so certainly we're in the practice of doing so already, providing that level of transparency. And certainly for an organization, the size and complexity of CalSTRS, it really seems appropriate to have these discussions. Next slide, please. So this next standard here is a Statement of Audit Standards 137, or SAS 137, and this talks about our responsibility as the independent auditor on other information included in the annual financial reports. So the other information is more clearly defined now to include both other financial information that may not be part of the required financial statements, as well as any non-financial information. And if we think about CalSTRS, probably the other information that most quickly comes to mind would be things like the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or the ACFR, that's issued at the end of the year, the end of the audit cycle. So the audit opinion does not actually cover the information that is in the other financial information. And the purpose of this standard is really to, again, bring some consistency to the approach and requirement for what the auditor is responsible to do related to that other information. It really comes back to consistency. And so our responsibility is to make sure that if there is other financial information that's not part of the financial statements, we need to be reading it for consistency with that financial report that we've already issued, as well as looking for anything that could undermine the reliability of the audited financial statements. We've already been in the practice of doing this with CalSTRS. There's a bit of a gap period, if you will, between when the audited financial statements are issued and available and when the annual financial report is issued near the end of December. This will just bring a little more structure to that process. From our standpoint, we'll have a little bit more documentation to do. Management may see a little more formalized requests related to some of this information. But again, substantively, we really don't see this changing our approach. We've always reviewed for consistency and engaged in a lot of discussion with management to make sure that we're comfortable and they're comfortable. Next slide, please. The last audit standard that we wanted to highlight for you here is SAS 138, and this talks about amendments to the description of the concept of materiality. And so if you think back to an earlier slide that Kevin presented, talked about a lot of regulatory bodies that are included within the definition and adherence to independence. And it's very similar here as it relates to materiality. So really the key to this SAS has to do with consistency. With a number of governing and regulatory bodies, there's been slight variation in the definition of materiality, and that can lead to a lot of complexity in the interpretation. And so the standard here really is just bringing about further clarity, bringing the definition in line with some of the other standard setters. And in practice, we don't see this substantively changing the way that we calculate or apply materiality. And with that, I will pass it back to Kevin to talk about new accounting standards.
Jen, before you do, could you go ahead and pull up the SAS 138 slide? I think we're one slide behind.
Yeah, just one more, just roll forward. There we go.
Okay, there you go. Okay, got it. Great, thank you.
Great, that was going to be my question. If only I was one slide behind, if somehow my Wi-Fi was messing up. So thank you. If you'd advance to the next slide. So, consistently, again, kind of back to this concept of why an annual audit every year stands upon its own, changes in auditing standards, as well as changes in what we would refer to as GAAP, which is the accounting standards. And generally accepted accounting standard, or generally accounting principles for state and local governments are promulgated by the Governmental Accounting Standards Boards, or you'll hear us refer to it as the GASB. Whole host of new statements effective for the current year. One of the things that I'd really like, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that there was a reprieve for 1 to 2 years due to COVID. So a lot of implementation periods were extended by the GASB in recognition of kind of what we were all going through. Many of these I would also deem to be not overreaching. Whether it's GASB 72, 74 and 75, 67 and 68, there are some standards that, for lack of better words, just kind of rock all of our worlds. Nothing on this, with the exception of one, really has the that type of impact. They're very focused in nature, with the exception of the very first one, GASB 87 for leases. This is one that has really, it's a significant change in accounting practice. It takes what we all learned about the difference between a capital and an operating lease, and it said it's all financing. So it's putting all leases on the balance sheet and the income statement. And I know I used the wrong terms there, but that's how I think most of us think of it. Now, we would have anticipated that this would not have a material impact upon CalSTRS. Again, kind of that concept of materiality. And when we talk about the building not being quantitatively material, it's tough to imagine that all of your leases would be quantitatively material as well. But this is an example of a team, your finance team has already done a robust evaluation, how they were identifying leases, how they were accumulating, what was their policy, how did they determine whether or not amounts should be recorded or not. So they have already gone through this process. They've identified a very immaterial amount that they plan to record to the financial statements, but probably consistent with other things, they're not going to be making disclosures related to it because it's just not material to the financial statements. So hats off to, or my compliments to your team for really going through and evaluating standards before they become effective and evaluating the impact. Next slide, please. This is just an extension of what is also in place. I would point out, because this one did have an impact, but a very minor impact, and was actually adopted early by CalSTRS and many other organizations. So you see GASB statement number 98, the annual comprehensive financial report. For those of us who have been in government for a while and paid attention to audits and financial statements, you've probably heard the acronym for Comprehensive Annual Financial Report just roll off all of our tongues all of the time. It was brought to the GASB's attention that that acronym sounded an awful lot like an offensive terminology in South Africa. They have adopted a new standard and basically just said, we have a new name, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR. What I do want to reassure everybody who will be reading this document or even read last year's is it is a change in title and only a change in title. The content, the requirements, etc. down below it continue to be the same. The other one above it, it looks like it could have an impact upon you because there's a lot of terms being thrown out, DC plans, DC OPEB plans. This is a really kind of a nuance, and it was very focused upon things kind of outside the course of the normal single employer cost sharing agent multiple employer plan. So it really doesn't have any impact upon CalSTRS at all. Next slide, please. There are two other statements out there that are not yet effective that would obviously could have an impact, but have not yet been evaluated. Again, I don't believe that they will have a significant impact upon CalSTRS in fiscal year 23. But 94 and 96, one related to the P3s, if you will, public-private partnerships and availability payment arrangements. And then the next one is 96 is subscription-based information technology arrangements, recognizing that although you guys are still in the process of implementing a new system, a lot of people are now doing kind of a service arrangement versus installing hardware, buying software, et cetera. And this is the GASB's attempt to really account for those items, the software as a service or subscription-based versus the cost of actually purchasing. They do have several products.
Oops.
Kevin,
Kevin,
you're
lost
muted.
you.
You're muted.
Kevin, we lost your voice.
We lost him.
Okay.
I think
Did we
he's
lose
dropped
Kevin
off.
altogether?
Stand by. I'm sure he'll jump right back on.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm happy to pick up if that's the preference.
Sure, Jen, if you want.
Okay. So I believe that Kevin was just addressing the last bullet point here on the slide about numerous other additional projects that are on the horizon, including, some that may or may not have applicability to CalSTRS. And so, we just tried to highlight a few that we've heard as we are working with. Oh, yep, stay right there for just 1 second. There is some discussion about financial. Oh, Kevin's back.
Kevin.
I've had Wi-Fi drop, but I've never had my electricity go out. So thank you. Sorry for that.
That's right.
Jen, I'll catch up with you. Where are we?
So I was just starting to explain the last bullet point here about some additional projects that are on the horizon.
Correct. So these are on the GASB's current research agenda. There are several. We have a very active GASB at this point in time. There are 3 large projects which people would refer to as the big 3. Addresses the financial reporting model, revenue and expense, et cetera. But again, as a standalone fiduciary fund, not a significant impact to CalSTRS. However, we picked out 2 that we think could be relevant to CalSTRS. One is really related to the financial reporting of investments under management. And really what this concept is if it goes forward, they are looking at, for lack of better words, grossing up the income statement. What was the return on investment, then minus on the face of the financial statement, management fees, et cetera. So I don't believe it has legs and will go forward, but it's something that we are actively monitoring as a firm and as a profession. The other one is really expanding the risk and uncertainty disclosures, really a robust process of identifying significant risk to the financial statements that could have a significant impact upon the financial statements if those risks were to occur in the 3 years following the balance sheet date. So these are the 2 that we're monitoring very closely. We will continue to to work with management and allow and keep them informed as to the progress of the research. Next slide. So this one's hard. So we defaulted to a word cloud and threw a lot of words at you. But when I really think about it, so much of it could be embedded within one of the committee members' questions today about, okay, internal audit. When do you get back to the field? So much of it is, back and forth over the coffee, by the water cooler, et cetera. So what is the future of audit? And really, if I had the answer to this question, I'd be the CEO of the firm, or I would spend a lot of time in Vegas, because the future is hard to predict. But we, as a profession, really are. I would have told you 3 years ago that the impact or the changes that will come to us as a profession will be the greatest in the next 10 years. As it will have been in the past 100. If anything, COVID-19 has accelerated that change and what I believe kind of perhaps the magnitude of the change. And really, when I think back in simplistic terms and I try to put myself in your shoes as an ARM committee member, it really comes back to two things, and it's people and it's technology. So talent and technology of the people, not only of your audit team, but of your staff as well. We are in a rush. I am in a rush to get out of the virtual world as fast as possible. My people, they're looking for a hybrid approach. My people aren't ready to look at busy season quite the same way I was 30 years ago when I stepped off of campus. We have been very much a CAS model or an apprenticeship model for as long as public accounting has been in place. And I love Dr. Yetman to weigh in here, but our young kids and our young professionals today don't view this as a rite of passage as much as perhaps I did back in 1991. So really trying to figure out the future of public accounting and how to manage the peaks and valleys is incredibly important. This has been exacerbated by COVID. People have reevaluated their life choices, what's important to them, et cetera. And the Great Resignation has had just as much of an impact on public accounting as it has anywhere else. So really understanding the future of public accounting, we've got to get our people equation right. That's one of the reasons why I'm pleased, Crow 5 years ago instituted a where to work, as well as a how to dress for your day kind of policy, recognizing that the world has changed. It's only accelerated, but I think it's part of the reason why we were able on 2 of the slides in the earlier presentation to talk about the consistency of the team. We're really focused on retaining our talent. And again, I would love to be back on site 100% because I believe it's effective and it's efficient, but we also have to balance what is the best for our workforce as well. And finding kind of that right mix is absolutely incredible. This year, with us coming back in our return to work, as well as trying to align that with your return to work is absolutely critical because I think it lays the foundation for all the audits to come from this point forward. The next is really about technology. And technology, it's more than thinking about a remote audit. It's really about the investments that you have made, the investments that we have made, and this is broader than CalSTRS or Crow, but clients and public accounting really has unleashed a potential to change how we audit 100%. Gone perhaps are the days of sampling and walkthroughs and being able to test 100% of the transactions, real time, etc., utilizing artificial intelligence and a variety of other things. Obviously, that has an impact upon the workforce that we just discussed as well. But this is really important to get this right and making investments so that we can get to that point. We have already started doing some of that work with CalSTRS. We download a tremendous amount of data out of your systems and run that through a variety of tools and techniques. Are we at the artificial intelligence stage yet? No, but we're making those investments as the firm to get there. But I think it's absolutely critical both to the client base as well as the public accounting firms to get this right. So a lot of words in place to just say we are going through a tremendous amount of change. But really from a fiscal year 22 audit, not going to be significantly different, but it's something that we're obviously managing through and trying to be leaders on. With that, I'd open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much, Kevin and Jen. Let me maybe switch over to Dr. Yetman first to open it up.
You bet. Thanks, Kevin. Kevin, you're right. Young people today that graduate, the model in accounting always was I'll call it the wait your turn model, right? Sit down as a staff and do what I tell you. Today, young people want to make a difference, and they want to make a difference right away. And that's something that can't be denied and can't be pushed aside. And finding a way within the accounting profession to allow that to happen while still valuing the presence of experience and knowledge that comes through time. Balance. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes for that perspective. Kevin, a couple of questions. Number one is, what was your level of involvement with Crow's establishing how the new independent standards were going to be worked within the firm? Were you involved with that personally at all?
Yes. Okay. I would view myself as I kind of had two roles, Dr. Yetman. One from an oversight perspective, just based upon my role within the firm. The other, I would say, to a certain extent, as a subject matter expert. So as this was working its way through the AICPA, I actually sat on the AICPA state and local expert panel at that time. So I have been watching this affiliate guidance for the last 5 years.
Okay, thank you. And then with respect to affiliates, a question here, whose job is it? Whose job is it to identify the affiliates and then identify if there is an independence issue with an affiliate?
Simple answer, both. I think that I am, and the standard actually says something about I am responsible for doing a best effort approach. I'm challenged by what defined best effort for me, but that's what I'm supposed to go through. Dr. Yetman, I can't do that without the involvement of management.
Right.
Being able to recognize a potential independence impairment as it happens versus in September, 5 days before issuance is absolutely critical. You guys have a tremendous number of investments or thought of differently as potential affiliates. So I'm going to be asking for listing of clients, new client or new investments, et cetera, on a more routine basis than I ever have before, but it's really to maintain independence, which is important to both sides.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The answer is both. And so that's what I wanted the firm to be, the organization to be aware of, is that they do have a responsibility. Although typically one would think independent standards would just be the job of the auditor, let them worry about it, we're done. That's not the case with the new standards because the way they define affiliates, and it really now is the onus is on both. The organization is going to have to play a role in helping the auditors identify potential independence issues by helping the auditors come to an understanding of what these affiliates are. So there's a little bit more work coming the firm's way, and I just wanted to make sure they understood that. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Yetman. Larry, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that's a great point there. I just want the committee to know that we've begun facilitating these conversations already. We've met with our internal audit team has met with April Wilcox and Shafat and her team and started thinking a little bit about, how are we going to do this assessment? And we have to, of course, work hand in hand with Crow as we talk about, what is material and identify those potential affiliate relationships as they're now defined in the new standards. and then also develop an ongoing monitoring process. And this is something that, even when we go out for a new RFP for a new financial statement auditor, we have to be able to identify those affiliate relationships just to ensure that even those that are applying in the future are also independent. And so this is something that independence is something that we work ongoing with Crow, and it's something that we continuously monitor on behalf of the committee, and ensuring, we have steps in place. We're also monitoring SEC actions and things like that against any of the external firms that we use, including Crow. And not that we have any that to report or anything like that, but when there are instances, we work with our general counsel internally, and we have conversations with the auditors. And so we have begun working with the investment operations, and we'll continue following the implementation guidance associated with this new standard.
Thank you very much, Larry. Really appreciate that insight. Questions from committee members? Don't see hands up. I did have one question then, Kevin, maybe this relates to technology. So I could speak a little bit about kind of the maturity of some of these technologies. You have said that AI is still a ways out, that things like blockchain technology, to track transactions and that kind of thing. And I'm thinking about it as it relates to an earlier slide about some of the requirements in terms of, where those are imposed, sometimes from the client, sometimes from the firm. And I guess I'm thinking about kind of a little bit of a catch-22 situation of where are we going to end up, CalSTRS, being in a position of where
Betty, your voice has dropped off.
Okay. I'm just curious as to whether we're going to be looking at a situation of where CalSTRS is, falls behind in some respects with regard to some of the requirements that firms are going to have around technology going forward.
I don't believe so.
It doesn't have to be CalSTRS, but any public entity.
It's a great question, Chairwoman Yee. I think that, for lack of better words, the state and local government marketplace, when you think about its percentage of the GDP, and I'm going to say, just be honest, somewhat laggards when it relates to the implementation of new technologies. As a taxpayer, I'm kind of glad that you're not on the bleeding edge. Perhaps leading edge would be fine, but definitely not the bleeding edge. With that said, based upon the sheer percentage, both in number and volume of entities, as well as their percentage of the GDP, I do not believe that you will be left behind as the auditing standards move forward to more AI-based auditing techniques, et cetera. I think there will always be a market for the public accounting firms for you to choose from.
Okay, good. All right, very well, thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so thank you very much for this session. Very, very informative and a good look ahead as well. So really appreciate the presentation, Kevin and Jen.
Pleasure, thank you.
Thank you. Let me just see, Samantha, if there are members of the public who wish to address the board on this item.
There are no members of the public in queue.
Thank you very much. All right, we will then move on to the next item, and that is the review of information requests. Ms. Kaur, any that you've noted?
No, I did not know any specific information request. Just a clarifying question for you, Chairperson Yee. On item 5, you had asked Ms. Dietz about how many staff members she was looking.
Yes.
Did you want that listed as a?
No, that was really more of just thinking about the all of the achievements to date, and more to come. So I'm sure we will get that as that progresses. So not a specific information request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then public comment on this item, item number 9, Samantha.
There are no members of the public in queue.
Okay, thank you very much. So item number 10 is our draft agenda for our next committee meeting. This is our July 2022 meeting. Larry, you want to just highlight some of the
Sure, real
elements?
quickly, it's just an update on the progress for addressing the management letter and mid-year progress reports for the 2022 enterprise compliance services and internal audit plans.
Great. Very well. Thank you. And let's see, we are now, let's now move on to item number 11. This is opportunities for statements from the public for issues not on today's agenda. Samantha, anyone in the queue?
There are no members of the public in queue.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much. At this point, I want to turn over to Dr. Yetman. I think he had some thoughts to share.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you know, this is the last Audits and Risk Management Committee meeting that Chief Auditor Jensen will be at. And although this is not the time nor the place to say goodbye, because it's not goodbye, Mr. Jensen's going nowhere soon. This is the last ARM committee he'll be at. So Larry, I just wanted to thank you from my perspective for the thoughtful and careful and calm demeanor with which you've approached this, the board and working with the board, always treating the board with respect, giving them the details they need, never overloading them with so many details that they can't understand what's going on. And personally, the gift you've given of knowledge to me over these past, it's been 8 years now. So of course, there's a chance for all of us to say goodbye to you later and thank you later, and we will, but is the last Audits and Risk Management Committee meeting that you will be at. I owe you a debt of gratitude and a thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yetman. And I'm sure all of us echo that as members of this committee. Larry, Joy, I wanted to turn over to you because I know as a former chair of this committee, so much of the body of work that's been developed within this committee. I just really have looked to Ms. Higa and Larry as, just really great partners over the years, and just elevating the robustness of all of the oversight activities of the committee. So Joy, any comments at this point?
Thank you very much, Controller. And, I don't think I could say it any better than Dr. Yetman just did. So, we will, it's been such a pleasure, Larry, to work with you, and I think under your leadership, what we've been able to do, both with the program overall, in particular, keep it on course, keep it focused, and keep the work going with such a high quality, despite the fact that we have, been working out of the office, been working remotely, and haven't had the ability to use, some of the tools and experience that our auditors would normally use in the same way, but that we're performing in the way that we are and have the throughput the way that we are, is really a tribute to you and your leadership. I also would note that the controllers already talked about the fact that we're going to be realigning the compliance organization to our chief financial officer, which I very much support. But your leadership in working with Ms. Dietz, and bringing the kind of focus to it was also instrumental. So thank you. Thanks for the opportunity, Betty.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you very much. All right. I don't see any other comments at this time by board or committee members. Seeing and hearing none, the Audits and Risk Management Committee is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening.